Good evening and welcome to the closed session portion of City of Beaumont meeting for June 3rd, 2025. I'll open this meeting at 5:01. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember White.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. Public comments. This meeting will be open to the public, conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling and using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any public comments for a closed session?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Mr. Pinckney, would you please read the items for discussion in closed session?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that involves Potrero Commercial LLC versus Southland Equities. Item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that is Kristen Fernley versus City of Beaumont. Item B3, conference with real property negotiators, and the property is approximately 3.7 acres of vacant land described as APN 428030001. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, or her designee, and the negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential purchaser and Stanton Diamond and Wayne Simmons as potential sellers. And then item B4 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. That involves Wilfred Thabani Mwesa versus Beaumont Municipal Transit Agency. And then B5 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, and that involves one potential case.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. With that,
Mayor, I have to recuse myself on B5 as my husband has done business within the last 12 months.
With the Park District, and this involves the Park District.
okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regular session meeting for Beaumont City Council for June 3rd. Call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock. Nicole, can we please have roll call?
Councilmember Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Lara?
Here. Mr. Pinckney, can you please report out from closed session for us?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that is Potrero Commercial LLC versus Southland Equities LLC. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B2 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that is the matter of Kristen Fernley versus the City of Beaumont. And this case involves a personal injury claim, and there was reportable action taken in closed session. There was a motion to approve a settlement for $250,000, and a third-party insurance company is funding the entire settlement. And the motion to approve that settlement was made by Councilmember White, and the second was by Mayor Pro Tem Voigt. And the vote of each council member was as follows. Mayor Lara was in favor of the settlement. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt was in favor. Councilmember White was in favor. Councilmember Martinez was in favor, and Councilmember Fenn was in favor. The next item was item B3, which was conference with real property negotiators, and this involved approximately 3.7 acres of vacant land. The APN is listed in the agenda, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. The next matter, B4, was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that involved Wilford Thenbani Mwesa versus Beaumont Municipal Transit Agency. This case involves a vehicle accident involving a Beaumont bus, and there was reportable action taken on that item. There was a motion authorizing the city attorney's office to defend the city as well as the bus driver that was involved with the incident. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Voigt. The second was made by Mayor Lara, and the vote was as follows. Mayor Lara in favor of defending the matter. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt in favor. Councilmember Martinez in favor. Councilmember Fenn in favor. And Councilmember White in favor. Item B5 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, and there was no reportable action on that item. And that concludes the report out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. We don't have any requests for excused absences. This evening, we have an invocation by Darrell LaHall, and Pledge of Allegiance by... All right. And Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Martinez to follow.
Push the button on the mic there.
Let me just give you a little, if I may, just for a moment, a background. I'm a lay pastor now, but in my former life, I was a 30-year fire department veteran. I achieved the rank of battalion chief. And often we would go out to a call and we would say, I would be in charge, but I wasn't in control. I don't know if you've ever been in an environment like that. It takes time. So it wasn't a problem for me. Unashamedly, I would pray. And so I'm here tonight maybe to do that for you guys and for myself, to pray for you and ask the Lord to help you. So with that in mind, let me pray. So Lord, thank you. You're a faithful God. And Lord, you know what it is that we need in our lives. And so, Father, with that in mind, I pray for the council. I pray for, Lord, their families. I pray for things that sometimes people don't even see, Lord, but they need your help. And so, Lord, also in your word, it says that you will never, ever leave us or forsake us. And so, Lord, we anchor our thoughts into that our Heavenly Father will never, ever leave us or forsake us. But at the same time, Lord, I also know, just like I was sharing about the battalion chief's role, they have a role to do. And sometimes they may be in charge, but they may not be in control, so they need you, Lord. Help them to be in control, Lord. And then, Father, it also was mentioned one time that people will care how much you know when they know how much you care. So, Lord, I pray that they will have a heart for their people. So Lord, with that in mind, I just pray that you would bless them, let them know that you will never leave them, as I mentioned, and forsake them. I pray that in Jesus' name, amen.
Please join me in the pledge. Ready, begin.
Okay, it brings us to adjustments to the agenda. With council's consent, I would like to move the public hearing items, I-1 and I-2, ahead of the consent calendar. Reason being is there are two items on the consent that have to do with the budget approval. And that's just one way to try to expedite the process, or expedite our meeting this evening and leave them on consent. However, anybody can pull them if they wish. Is that okay? Okay.
Clarification, Mayor, will the public comments be before or after those two?
I will do public comments before.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Brings us to item E, or do we have any conflict of interest or disclosures? My mistake. Okay, seeing none, that takes us to item E. We have recognition of VFW Post 233 this evening. So on behalf of the Beaumont City Council, we would like to recognize the veterans of foreign wars Post 233 for their unwavering commitment to honoring and supporting our nation's heroes. We are grateful for their dedication to preserving and maintaining the Memorial Plaza through acts of service and stewardship. With sincere gratitude, we thank the VFW for building a stronger, more respectful community through honor, tradition, and service. Gentlemen, thank you so much for what you do for our plaza and what you do for our veterans. Thank you, sir. So would you like us up or down?
You can stand there and we can get them right here.
Okay.
Come this way.
Here, Jim, hold that in front of me if you would.
One, two, three. One, two,
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much for all you do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your support. Thank you. You guys are great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, sir.
As usual, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to item E3, environmental health presentation.
No carols?
No Carol's Kitchen, that's been, we're going to postpone it until July.
They asked that we postpone it until the July meeting.
Sorry. E3, county environmental health presentation.
Good evening. As our Community Development Department continues to move towards a more consistent and proactive approach regarding sidewalk vending enforcement, staff's recently participated in a training session with environmental health from Riverside County, and their presentation covered their regulatory processes and the requirements related to sidewalk vending, and staff felt it was very highly informative and thought that the council would benefit from hearing what they had to explain to us as well. So tonight, we have Jeff Wojcicki here, and he also has two of his supervisors with him. I'll let him introduce them.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, city officials, members of the public. My name is Jeff Wojcicki. I work in a division called Plan Check for Riverside County Environmental Health. and I'm charged with kind of heading up our mobile food facility program for new vendors. I'm also joined here tonight by our director of our Department of Environmental Health for the county, Jeff Johnson, and our deputy director, Kristen Lorge. So my hope is that we've been going across the county to different cities, mainly a lot of the desert cities, and kind of hoping to clarify the county health department's role in regulating street vending. Street vending over the past, especially 5 years, has gotten a lot of interesting press from various sides. And given the fact that the majority of our laws that we enforce are dictated by what happens in Sacramento on the state level, there's a lot of confusion between the builders, the operators, the local governments, the county health departments, the state. So hopefully today we can clear up any confusion. I am definitely available for questions. Sarah definitely has my contact information and our contact information if you guys have any questions after the fact. So hopefully you guys can see the presentation there for everybody. This is going to be all on street vending, but it's basically going to address the food side of street vending. In Riverside County, the main question that we get a lot is what constitutes a permitted operation and what constitutes an unpermitted operation. Like I said, there's a lot of confusion. My role in this is to stick to the areas of public health. This issue traverses a lot of different areas, many of which I'm glad that I am not involved in, but from a purely public health standpoint, sidewalk vending is mainly going to be composed of some of the examples that you see there on the screen. Everything from the push carts, which usually deal with items like prepackaged popsicles, ice cream, to right below that, more elaborate types of carts that might encompass things like coffee, snow cones, simple food items and don't require a whole lot of preparation and very little what we would call temperature control. Then on the right side, we get into more of the traditional style food trucks and food trailers, ice cream trucks, which have been around in this area for decades and decades. And then lastly, on the bottom right-hand corner, food trucks, which have really only been legal in Riverside County since 2014. Food trucks in California have been legal in various counties going all the way back to the 50s, most noticeably in Los Angeles County. Here in Riverside County, for one reason or another, we decided to legalize them in 2014 through a series of county ordinances. And you guys will probably see at events that kind of bottom right-hand picture of the more traditional style food truck. All of the requirements that I'm going to talk about are basically based on a level of risk. So my main job and the job of my department in the role of street vending is to prevent foodborne illness. So as you get up into handling food, preparing food in a more dealing with foods that are going to go bad or could make somebody sick, the requirements basically build. So if you're going to be handling something that is what we would consider to be non-potentially hazardous, there's very few rules. If we're going to be handling something, let's say making steak dinners, making Italian pasta, making burgers, making tacos, since we're dealing with stuff like raw meats, obviously there's more requirements that go into the building of these things. This is a lot of big business now, especially in Southern California, the manufacturers that manufacture some of these full-blown trucks. In my tenure here, through this part of the program, I have seen prices go anywhere from $10,000 all the way up to $500,000 to a recent $1 million Habit burger truck that we permitted a few years ago that has Wi-Fi that extends 300 feet on all sides from the food truck. So these things are basically very elaborate nowadays. Like I had talked about, we base our permits based on the level of risk, and these are all going to be in relation to risk for foodborne illness. Prepackaged foods on the top there that will come from a food manufacturer and ones that do not require any type of temperature control, such as bottled sodas, chips, possibly the strawberry shortcake there would be something like a prepackaged ice cream. The requirements for those are very minimal. As we get down towards the bottom, you can kind of see the fried chicken, the more of the tacos al pastor or the pitas, something like that that deals with raw meats. Foods that require preparation like that usually have the most stringent requirements. And then somewhere in the middle are the things that require a little bit of handling, require a little bit of preparation, but typically are not the foods that are implicated when we think of making somebody sick. So something like shave ice, snow cones, popped popcorn, everybody's favorite hot dogs, pre-made churros, stuff like that. And as you'll see, low, medium, and high, those are the categories that we use in our department for the different types of the permits. For the general permit process, this kind of four-step is what the operators typically will go through. That usually involves mainly, first and foremost, a call to me to kind of guide them through the process. And where we always kind of start is what do they want to make and how do they want to sell it. They are required under California law and under our Riverside County ordinance to submit construction plans based on the final design of their cart, trailer, or truck if they are going to be handling what we consider to be open food. So if they are not dealing with one of those prepackaged food items that I talked about before, they would have to submit construction plans that are basically going to be like if you were building a house. These are going to be blueprints for your cart, trailer, or truck that shows me as the inspector your operation from the inside out. And these are going to be things like water tank sizes, types of equipment, the layout of the stoves, aisle way, height, all this kind of stuff. So I kind of get a detailed version from the inside out without actually standing there and kind of looking at it. Once the plans are submitted, they are reviewed, and then once the plans are approved, we have a series of paperwork steps that we have them turn in, which all leads up to inspection. My role as a plan checker is to verify that what they submitted matches the approved set of construction plans, and assuming that that it does, they are then issued a permit in Riverside County, which is good on a calendar basis from January through December of every year. One of the requirements in the state of California is when the food carts, trucks, or trailers are not being used, they need to be stored at an approved location. And these would be a location where they're able to dump their wastewater tanks, fill up their freshwater tanks, possibly pre-prep food, store extra equipment and food. It used to be up until pretty much a year ago that nothing could be stored at home. And a commissary was a location where they would basically start their day and end their day regardless of where they were going throughout the county. So you can kind of see on that graphic, this is kind of a little technical, but the point being is that if you're doing a lot of food preparation in a food trailer or a full-blown food truck, you're going to be storing it at a third-party business like a commissary. You can't just store it anywhere. You can't store it in a vacant lot. You can't store it at home. Of course, this is what the law says. In reality, we deal with all kinds of different things where these things kind of wind up. And everything I'm talking about today is going to be separate from what we call temporary or community events. Community events are treated in a different area of law. So if the city, for some reason, would have like the Cherry Festival, or I'm not sure if you guys do the Lavender Festival, if you guys are banning, but any type of community festival, that would be considered separate with its own set of rules. Now, the food trucks, carts, and trailers can vend at those locations. It's just that those locations also allow the tent set up with the booths and the screening and the easy up and stuff like that. They're typically licensed for a set number of days at a set location where everybody kind of packs up and goes home. The rules that I'm talking about today are for our annual permit that enables these operators to go 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, anywhere in the county, assuming that the local jurisdiction doesn't have any restrictions on the books as far as what we would call time, place, and manner restrictions. And that's something that I should probably bring up, that although typically cities typically will not regulate the public health side of these laws because those are set at a state level, you guys can always set what we call time, place, and manner restrictions. So different cities will have different rules as far as where the trucks and trailers can set up, what types of areas, the times, the locations, and each city tends to be different. So I would implore you guys to go through your local process. If the residents or you guys feel that you need to do something along those regards, state law definitely gives you the ability to do that. This is a breakdown of our fees. As you can see, the fees go up the more or the higher the risk of the food that the operation will handle. One thing that we did is that California changed its law about a year and a half ago to basically allow a lot more of the low-level, low-risk vendors to operate. And so what we did as a county, you can see at that top level, is we reduced our plan check fees and our permit fees for the low-risk carts or trailers. And these are going to be the guys that typically would be the push carts that you see, selling fruit, selling prepackaged ice cream. This attempts to, in my mind, eliminate a bit of a barrier of entry for the operators that want to do very simple items. As we go down the list there, you can see the prices do go up, but that's mainly because we have to devote more time because we're looking at more things. We're looking at technical equipment. We're looking at water tanks, pumps, heaters, all of that fun kind of stuff. The state and our Riverside County ordinances also set enforcement for our county health department. It basically involves the ability to what we would call impound food or equipment. This would be a situation where an inspector, an environmental health specialist from our department would deem that an operator has food from a source that may be unapproved or food that we would consider to be adulterated. That would be food that would be capable of making somebody sick. The impound is technically a legal action that we would take to basically hold that food or equipment until a court or some other jurisdiction could decide the disposition of it. Beyond that, there are, as you can see, first, second, and third offenses for operating without a permit. First offense typically is a notice of violation. Our inspectors will contact the operator, typically face-to-face, let them know that they are in violation of a Riverside County ordinance where you need a permit, and they're typically issued a notice of violation. If we find that the situation is especially egregious, there are ways to assess a $100 fine at that point. And then if they continue to do that, you can see it goes up from a $200 fine to a $500 fine. In my experience, typically, usually the first time that we talk to somebody, most people want to get it right. And that's usually, as far as my limited dealing with enforcement, that typically is where we kind of gain compliance. So. Administrative penalties are enforced, fines are administered per violation, and that is something that we handle in-house. You guys also have the ability through a business license to kind of do the same thing. Obviously, as a city, you guys can regulate any type of business you want under the sun to allow or not allow for the most part. So one thing that I do is when they come in for my final inspection for the county health permit, one of the pieces of paperwork that they have to issue to me is a location where they're going to be operating. And I always tell them to check with their local city to make sure that they contact you fine folks for that business license, because a lot of them will get the county health permit, think they're good, go city to city to city to city, and not realize they need business licenses in every single one of those cities. So each city does tend to be different. Some of the cities that I've been involved with are more restrictive, some are more open. I guess that just depends. But at this time, if you guys have any questions, I can certainly answer them.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Go ahead and open it up for questions for council. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Is there any time where you might have to pull a license? Is that an option for
What do you mean
those?
pull a license? What does that
Well,
mean?
for violations, as you said, you had to fine 100, 200, 500, but then it went at 3.
Yeah, there's a set process involving administrative hearings, involving notice that they're in violation. For repeat offenders, one of the tools that we do have is to suspend or revoke their environmental health permit, which would stop their operation until conditions exist where they can no longer, where that's no longer continuing. If the question is broader, can we forbid them permanently from operating a business? To my knowledge, that's only something a court can do, and that would be something that would probably be beyond the scope of our department.
And as far as the ones that are on the tents, where they'll set up on the sidewalk and they'll grill there, so there
Yes.
is no technical truck.
So I can pretty much unequivocally say, if you guys see an Easy Up with a standalone operator on a street corner with a card table and some type of a cooker like a grill, they are operating without a permit. The only time that setup is allowed is typically at a community event or a public event. So they would have to be in conjunction with some type of community event. And that's another thing about community events. Under the law, the local jurisdiction has to sign off on the idea for the community or the temporary event first. It's not like a group of citizens can get together, we're going to have a fair, we're going to throw it. The city says no, but we're still going to do it. Here's all of our health permits. It's kind of a check and balance system to make sure that we don't issue permits when you guys as the city have kind of said no. So yeah, if you see an operator operating with just a grill and he's sitting there and he's grilling, and even though he's probably has fancy signs and he's got an apron on with his logo and stuff like that, chances are they're not permitted. I would also implore any of you guys through either code enforcement or whatever means you guys use to go up and talk to the operators. All of the operators are issued a lot of paperwork when they are issued their permit that basically say the date that their permit was issued, a receipt for the fees, a report typically with my name on it that's going to be signed, the foods that they're going to be serving, the locations that they're going to be serving, the commissary that they're going to be residing at. So there's a whole lot of information, but you have to go up there and talk to the person one-on-one. Where I get a lot of phone calls is when a lot of cities from a distance view something, don't talk to the operator, don't talk to the paperwork, are issued a fine, then they come back to our department and say, hey, I have all the paperwork, and that's where we have to remind them, you need to show the officer your paperwork, you need to show them the decals and the permits. So they should have all of that information public record-wise to show you guys, to show that they're a legal operation.
Thank you, Mayor.
So if we have a city event where the vendors are there, we let you know that and you would inspect the vendors that are there, the food sale vendors, or you don't do any of that at all?
Well, our department, you guys are handled by our local Hemet office. Sarah Crossman is our supervisor for our local Hemet office, which covers this area. Typically, what the organizer will do is come to our department and say, we want to have a festival, we want to have a fair, it's going to be in the city of Beaumont. And there's typically a packet of paperwork that we will give them to bring back to you guys. You guys fill it out, all the applicable officials sign it, they bring it back to us, and then what we'll do is we'll charge them for a certain amount of food vendors. So usually 1 to 5, 5 to 10, whatever it seems to be, and then they're licensed for those specific days at that specific location.
Do you do any site inspections at all, or you just give us the
Yes,
paper? Okay.
typically, sometimes we'll definitely give them a phone call to make sure that everybody understands what they should be doing. Over the years, I've participated in the Cherry Festival, doing inspections on the food booths and stuff like that. A lot of these operators will tend to go event to event to event to event, so you kind of see the same people over and over again. So yeah, we will go out and inspect, and especially if there's a complaint or something like that.
Thank you. No further questions? Well, good. Thank you very much.
Great.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Jeff.
So I want to thank Riverside County Environmental Health for coming again. We really appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we just wanted to follow up with that, with the arrival of the warmer weather and possible our third code enforcement officer, if you guys approve of that tonight during the budget. We're trying to, gear up for a more proactive and consistent enforcement program with the sidewalk vendors. So some things that we've started doing is we got the training from Riverside County. We've also received training on the California state law and what that allows us to do and not do with these vendors. We're familiarizing ourselves with the ordinance that you guys passed several years ago for our local requirements. We also have our community development staff that's on call. Most of them either have their PC 832 certification, and the 2 that don't have it are in the process of obtaining it, and that is what allows them to issue a citation to a vendor out in the field. We're also creating some flyers and handouts to help educate the vendors that aren't licensed on how they can get through our process with not just Beaumont, but also their requirements to go with county health. And then we're also needing to revise our citations because state law allows for different appeal processes for the sidewalk vendors than we have for our normal code violations. So with that, moving forward, when we do start doing the consistent enforcement, we're going to, educate the vendors, not just the vendors, but we're also going to educate the citizens, because oftentimes their opinions are told to us as we're on the side of the road trying to deal with the sidewalk vendor, and some are positive, some are negative. So trying to inform, the reason that we're out there, why we're out there. And then we're also going to, for our first encounters with sidewalk vendors, we're going to, approach them like the county said, talk to them, let them know what they're going to need to do to get licensed with us. And hopefully they're going to come in and try to get licensed legally with us. And then if we do find repeat offenders, our frequent flyers, we will start issuing the citations and doing the enforcement action that our ordinance allows us to do. So that's all I had. Did you guys have any questions for me?
Doesn't appear so.
Okay,
Thank you very
thank
much,
you.
Sarah. That brings us to our public comment period. Any one person may address the city council on a matter not on the agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. Nicole, do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, sir. I have a written from Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Veely Avenue. Council members, I am sorry I have to appear before you tonight. I was hoping I never had to do this again. As you know, I spent way too much of my life in front of all of you. Because I'm here because the city could not complete a request from Bennett Escrow Company, a demand in writing dated March the 26th, nor my real estate agent over the past 2 weeks. I would have thought that you would all be happy to see me go. My real estate agent even sent a photo of a Kloofy, who's the one that put the lien on my property in 2004, in shackles and a red jumpsuit at his arraignment. We thought maybe that would get noticed and speed up the process, but nothing happened. Escrow will close on June the 6th. I got a call from my escrow officer today wanting to know what was happening. What is wrong with this city? Don't tell me things have changed. Not only was an Amazon truck route put in my front yard by the city's special criminals, Urban Logic, my arm damaged by a Beaumont policeman known as Chester the Molester, an ignorant city council that wouldn't listen to me, even though I told them what was going on, but went along with the criminals. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend myself and my property from 2004 till their arrest. No, that wasn't enough. I was never notified of the 100 megawatt lithium battery storage facility across the street from my house. I heard the city council and I read that it only went to the planning department. That put me and everyone in the neighborhood at risk. I heard that there was a deal made with the company that put in the battery storage facility, that they would build a parking lot for the sewer plant. The sewer plant that stole $400 million of taxpayer money and lied about recycled water for all the new developments. think you all remember that.
I need you to wrap this up, please.
Back to what you think of Beaumont citizens, especially those living in the barrio and on Elm Street. People are protesting the dangerous facilities all over California, but Beaumont keeps it a deep, dark secret, even from the council. I'm sure you knew about it, though.
Ms. Bingham, can you wrap it up, please?
I guess if you hide it behind a wall and council never knows, everything is okay until the 115-degree heat temperatures cause them to explode and cause a fire that is almost impossible to put out. I think it is time for Beaumont citizens to know what you have done.
Thank you, Ms. Bingham.
No, I'm not finished.
Ms. Bingham?
I'm not finished.
Nicole, can you cut the feed?
My neighbor Neil Corbett, owner of the property next to me, has died, but I bet his heirs might be interested in this illegal lien that a Clufee put on. And by the way, this city still doesn't have recycled water. Biggest scam and waste of taxpayer money ever. This city isn't worth living in.
Thank you, Ms. Bingham.
Where's my lien? Where's my demand?
Thank you, Ms. Bingham.
When will I have it? Thank you very much. Dirty city. Dirty city.
Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll bring the public hearings, that's item 1 and I1 and item I2 up above the consent calendar. So we'll go ahead with, hang on one second. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have youth? No, never mind. So brings us to public hearings. Item I1, fiscal year 2025-2026, adoption of the GAN limit, citywide budget, and 5-year capital improvement plan. Ms. Eustachian?
Okay, I have a presentation. On screen? Okay.
No, she's talking to
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am pleased to present the City of Beaumont's fiscal year 2025-2026 annual operating and capital improvement budget. Tonight's presentation will cover the key elements of the city's financial plan, including the GAN limit, the citywide operating budget, and the 5-year CIP. We are asking for Council's consideration adoption of 3 key fiscal documents: the GAN appropriations limit, the fiscal year 2025-2026 citywide operating budget, and the 5-year capital improvement plan. These items support legal spending authority, long-term capital investment, and financial transparency. Notably, the city maintains a structurally balanced general fund budget with the projected surplus of $286,647. The GAN limit restricts the amount of tax revenues the city can appropriate each year. For fiscal year 2025-2026, the city's limit is $139.5 million. Our subject revenues are only $52.9 million, meaning we are well below the cap. The budget process began with a strategic planning workshop in January, informed by community surveys and departmental input. In April, Council had a workshop to review enhancement requests and provide feedback on CIP priorities. General fund revenues are projected at $72.4 million, a 6% increase over the prior year. Expenditures are budgeted at $72.1 million, which is an 8% decrease. Prior year budget appropriated fund balance to one-time capital projects. The budget includes funding for 25.5 new positions, $2.5 million in operational enhancements, and $500,000 in capital projects. The remaining surplus of $286,000 gives council flexibility for future appropriation. And changes in the budget surplus from budget workshop, which was at $406,000, include refinement of personnel cost estimates, contract addition and inflation, and inclusion of strategic plan software. Also, I'd like to correct a typo on the staff report that had positions at 26.5 in general fund, but that's total positions. General fund positions are 25.5. The wastewater fund budget is 16.2 million, a 9.5% increase with one new position and 235,000 in capital investments. The transit fund totals 3.6 million with a 10.6% increase, one position upgrade, and 272,000 in capital. When we look across all city funds, total revenues are 172.8 million and expenditures are 166.9 million, ensuring a structurally balanced budget across operations and capital. The CIP covers a 5-year planning horizon from fiscal year 2025-26 through fiscal year 2029-30. This year's focus includes street improvements, public safety infrastructure, parks, facilities, and wastewater system upgrades. The council reviewed proposed projects in April, and tonight we are proposing the closure of 8 completed or consolidated projects to keep the plan current and actionable. Adopting the budget and CIP authorizes expenditures for operations and capital projects for the fiscal year. It ensures continued service delivery, investment in infrastructure, and compliance with state requirements such as the GAN limit. Tonight, staff recommends holding a public hearing and adopting the 3 resolutions, along with approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 requisition list. And that concludes the formal presentation, and I'm here for any questions, feedback, or direction you may have.
Thank you. So with that, I will open the public hearing at 6:41. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up for council comments. Okay. I've got just a couple of quick questions. In the budget, we have a number of positions that we have authorized, which I know that we need. What have we done to try to stabilize our budget, and what have we done to, like, looking ahead? Right now, the economy seems to be kind of up and down, a little unstable. Are there things that we have done to take that into consideration?
Yes, so this budget actually projects revenues conservatively, so that helps in our revenue projections. The other thing council has done really well at is positioning itself with reserves. So you do have a budget stabilization reserve of $5 million that will help should any economic downturn occur. There are other things the city can do as well, which is freeze any type of vacant positions. We do have working capital reserves, as well as insurance reserve, and you have your pension 115 trust. Should you need to, you can use those funds to pay for your pension obligations through the year until there is a time to adjust the budget to accommodate any downturn.
Thank you very much. So looking at attachment D, and this is just one of the things that I bring up consistently and constantly, I should say. Looking at our public works folks, is there a way that we can track time spent on plan check for development projects and also inspection time? It's not broken out, it's all kind of lumped them into one, but have we talked about looking at doing that?
We can work with community development to identify cost centers and some maybe programming of codes to then include those items to where we can actually monitor those.
Just looking at maybe a deposit-based fee system at some point down the road, just to make sure that developers are paying their fair share of that process.
So one of the items that is in the budget is for a cost allocation plan. We will be doing that in the next fiscal year, and that is essentially the beginning of reviewing your fee structure.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have. There are no other questions? Motion?
All right.
I did that already.
So have we closed it?
I did not close.
There were
I
no comments?
I'll close it. I'll close the public hearing at 6:44. My apologies.
All right. I want to say thank you to staff and city manager for all of your work on this. I know this is always a big, heavy lift into all the department heads. It is always welcome to be able to be on the positive side of things. So thank you guys for that. And with that, I will move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont approving the appropriation limit for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Waive the full reading and adopt by title only resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting an operating budget of expenditures for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, and waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont adopting a 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30 and related prior year CIP project lists, and approve fiscal year 25-26 requisition list.
I'll second that.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
I'm a little exhausted after hearing that description.
I did not stumble once.
No. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Wanted to make sure we hit all the points.
That brings us to item I2, public hearing to adopt ordinance establishing fire hazard severity zones within the local responsibility areas in the city of Beaumont. Mr. Clay Shepherd.
Tonight, I'm here to present the first reading of an ordinance for your consideration that adopts the updated fire hazard severity zones, or FHSZ, within the city's local responsibility areas, or LRA. On February 6th, Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order requiring CAL FIRE to release the updated fire hazard severity zone maps for all local responsibility areas within a phased approach, or with a phased approach across the state. These maps were released to the city on March 24th, as well as to the public on the same day for Southern California, identifying areas with elevated fire risk. The new release added roughly 1.4 million acres statewide to the high and very high fire hazard designations. This update directly impacts 389 cities, including the city of Beaumont. In accordance with Government Code Sections 51175 through 51189, cities are required to adopt these maps within 120 days of their release. The maps were made available online at City Hall, and public outreach included launching a dedicated web page on April 2nd and sharing information through social media on April 4th. The ordinance before you tonight serves as the first public hearing and reading of the ordinance. The second reading is scheduled for 2 weeks from today on June 17th. This adoption also ensures future compliance with applicable building codes, defensible space requirements in zones 0, 1, and 2, and other fire safe development standards in very high and high fire severity zones. That includes my presentation. Both myself as well as county staff are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. I will open the public hearing at 6:48. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I do have a written comment that was submitted.
Okay.
This comment is from Paul King, and it states, I appreciate the time of the City Council and the opportunity to make comments. I know everyone is reeling from this new directive from the state, and I realize any change is going to come from the legislator or governor, so I will be pursuing those things. I still feel it's a good idea to share my thoughts with City Council. This is like a gut punch, and the state isn't even giving us a chance to catch our breath before requiring ordinance enforcement and real estate disclosures, devaluing our home. When I purchased my home in 2017, there wasn't any type of fire hazard designation assigned. I have never even remotely considered my property or community to be wildland adjacent, and I still don't. If you look at the topography and surrounding area, this does not make sense. We have a sandy wash adjacent to our community, a double Union Pacific freight track, and a 4-lane highway, and that's just on one side. The other two sides of our triangle are the I-10 freeway corridor and Morongo Golf Course. I really don't think those 3 facilities are going to burn anytime soon. I have been in touch with the State Assembly member Greg Wallace's office and have had some good dialogue with them. They have been providing responses from the State Fire Marshal's office. Mostly I'm getting the cold shoulder, or should I say I'm completely getting the cold shoulder. Their response is consistently, there currently isn't a pathway for local jurisdictions to provide feedback on the FHSZs as drafted for local responsibility areas. They are saying this while at the same time the maps say they are draft and awaiting feedback from the LRAs. Then it goes on to say, in additional comments, I've been reviewing all of the applicable legislation, including SB 610, which would have required review and feedback from the local authority. That failed, but to me, it's just a red herring. It's super hard to weave your way through the government codes, assembly bills, and whatnot. I know for sure this isn't being applied properly to our community and continue to pursue on social media, the legislator and governor's office, and any other coalition resource that I can use. I have been asking for the modeling data with previous fire events and dates of all those things. I haven't received anything yet, but that should be public information when entire communities are being affected financially. Don't buy the hype. Anyone in the red areas will soon be on the FAIR Plan insurance. That's easier to predict than a fire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole.
Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, with that, I will close public comment at 6:51 and open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Question for maybe Clay or this might even be to council. What impact or risk does it will it put to the city if the council were to not adopt these?
So it's mandatory. The comment that was read a moment ago recognized the fact that this comes from the state and it's mandatory on the city. The only discretion the city council has is to expand the area of the areas that are designated on the map and make them larger. You can't make them smaller. If the council refused to adopt the map, it's hard to say exactly what could happen. Theoretically, the state could bring a writ of mandamus action to compel the council to do it, and that would be a court order, and you'd be bound by that court order. This is something that's coming from the state, and the council doesn't have much discretion other than to make it more onerous.
All right, thank you, sir. And another question is, do we know if there's any potential benefit to the property owner with these new maps other than perhaps just a disclosure?
I do not know of one.
Okay, thank you. And then what agency or what entity was the one that did the fire modeling for these maps?
CAL FIRE, Office of the Fire Marshal.
And that would be then at the state level, is that correct? Or do they subcontract it out or delegate it out to the local agencies or local county folks?
It was the state.
Just the state level?
That's
Okay,
correct.
all right, thank you. All day long, I want to do a protest vote on this, but I don't want to put the city in any jeopardy. But as a real estate broker, I am now dealing with this on a daily basis, and I'm speaking for probably the hundreds of real estate agents that serve in Riverside and San Bernardino counties that are affected by it as well. There was a statement that was put out by the California Insurance Commissioner saying that these new maps would not have an increase in insurance, and I've seen the opposite effect. To the point where I've seen some examples where it's increased someone's homeowner's insurance by the amount of about $2,000 to $2,400 a year. So we're adding another $200 a month to their cost of living, and what I think it's going to have is a direct impact on the value of those properties. So anything that is now in those very high fire hazard severity zones, where the result of getting insurance is probably going to, as was mentioned in the public comment, to push towards the California FAIR Plan, $200 more a month to live at a particular home, it may be quite the opposite of moving across the street, not being in that zone, and therefore not having to pay that. And so it's going to affect the values of those properties in the future, which then in turn affect the assessed value and the property taxes that are gained on it. And so I just think it's bad all the way around. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have for comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I just want to also reiterate what Councilmember Fenn has said. I'm very skeptical about the coverage and the premiums and the loss of coverage. We had an April 15th discussion about that and how it may not be likely or is likely depending on, how the insurance companies view the data and so forth. I also read that about the insurance commissioner saying about the rates not being affected, but I'm a pessimist or a skeptic, however you want to look at it, and I've seen people have problems, heard of people having problems, and I worry about the direction this goes. I think the state has great intentions, I understand, but I don't think they really fully looked at the consequences, at least from the insurance point of view, going into this. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. You want to predict so you can see fire severity so we can plan better. I understand that. But, insurance companies are looking at that as well. And if their investment's going to be hindered, then they're going to, push up that premium for that. And I think it really has caught us at a point of where, I'm going to hold the commissioner accountable for that. And I hope the council does as well, because if I do start seeing these go up, I would like for us to take a position, a letter against that, because I'm sure it's going to be headed in that direction. But anyway, I just wanted to comment on that as well, because I think it's baloney, and I understand the intent, but I don't think they thought it through on the consequences. But it is what it is, and I empathize with our constituents. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember White?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Just because you may not be in one of the hazard zones doesn't mean you won't end up on the FAIR plan, correct?
The insurance maps are separate from the high fire
Right.
severity.
We've been on the FAIR plan for a number of years now, and we were not in any designated high. And your numbers are right, and it's just it's a failure of the management of our state, but people keep voting to get these guys and women in there, so I don't know what we can do, but just bow down and pass it.
Seeing no further comments, we have a motion.
Begrudgingly, I will move to approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Unwilling, yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar, item G. Are there any items that council wishes to pull for discussion? Or do we have any public comments on this item, on any of the consent items? Nicole?
I have no items for public comment on any items. Mia, do we have any callers on the line for consent?
No callers.
Do you have any speakers?
Nothing to pull?
No.
We have a motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve.
Mayor,
Wait,
can we have 1 minute? Mr. Penley is with the rugby team, and I believe he has a...
Oh, he wants to-
He has a request. He didn't put in a request to speak.
Okay.
But we've learned of an additional request, if I'm correct.
Actually, it was recommended I come here. I don't have to speak if you don't want me to speak. It's pretty short and sweet.
I'll let Mr. Romo explain.
Okay, Mayor and council members, this item on consent, a fee waiver request for minor special event permit. The Beaumont Rugby Club had submitted this special event permit with a request for a waiver. The waiver is initially for $500. However, the applicant found out that there's also fire fees and there's also rental fee from the sports park. So now he's amended his request, but it came in after the report had already gone out. So he's also requesting waiver of the fire fees and the rental fee of $700. So in total, there's 3 items that are being requested to be waived: the deposit, the fire fees, and the rental fee. Keep in mind, this event occurs every year and is free to the community. The reason for the $500 as opposed to $5,000 deposit is because of the threshold. It's under 1,000 attendance. Gentleman anticipates a total of 200 people at this event.
Do we have a total?
What's the total, yeah?
Yeah.
The total, 500
7,
plus
8, 9,
700, and the fire fees.
So 18. Did I do math right?
Let's see what the
Maybe I
fire
did it wrong.
fees are.
I think they're 300.
Sir, do you recall what the fire fees?
444.
444, okay, so 444 plus 500 plus 700. There you go. 44. Okay.
Mayor, do you want to, I interrupted the motion because I wanted to explain that. Do you want to pull this item off the consent and go ahead and vote on the rest of it, and then act on this separately?
Yeah, let's go ahead and. Let's do that, and then we'll act on that separately so we can make.
All right, so
What item number is
What-
that?
Yeah.
that's G6.
G6.
So my motion was to approve consent on G1 through G5 and G7 through G17.
I'll second that. Have roll call, please.
Hang on, I need to understand what we're doing here.
We're pulling G5.
Pulling
for-
G6.
Or G6, excuse me, for further discussion with the
Okay.
additional requests.
Is there any additional information in the staff report that we need to know other than what you just told us?
No, sir, that pretty much concludes.
Yeah, I
the
don't know
report.
why we need to exclude that one, unless you guys have more questions about it. I don't.
Well, yeah, we could have some more questions on that, or I have a
I'm saying,
question.
you do have more questions? Okay. Now I understand the motion.
Thank you.
I'll do roll call if you're ready.
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. It brings us to item G6. My question is there any problem with us modifying this for not to exceed amount waiver of
No.
1540?
No, you can, it's a resolution, you can modify it if the council chooses to do so.
Okay, so make a motion to approve by title only, unless there's more discussion. But a resolution of the City of Beaumont authorizing the fee waiver of the minor special event permit to include not to exceed amount of 1544, which would. 1644, excuse me. Permit application deposit for the annual Beaumont rugby event.
I'll second that.
Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Includes the fire services, right?
Fire services.
And the rental.
And the rental.
Okay. All right, yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank you. That brings us to item H, Youth Council reports. We have a Youth Council report this evening?
Youth Council is not here this evening. However, we do have a video that was made by the high school. So Julie's going to show that.
As of recently, some of our peers have demonstrated their leadership skills and took charge.
In efforts to advocate for people of our age, a youth council has formed, teaming up with the city.
Let's take a moment to appreciate the unrecognized work that has been done behind the scenes.
So Youth Council is a collection of members from the youth, that's 10, 11th, and 12th graders. And what we do is we meet once a month here at City Hall, And we talk about issues that are related to the city that the youth can give us input. And Cherry Festival's been a big question, and we have a lot of Beaumont nights where youth councils come and helped us with the different booths and so forth, and they come to a lot of community events.
As the Youth Council, we have a goal and an objective and a mission to bring the youth's voice into the council and getting our opinion on the legislation, on our opinion in our community. So I think that's what's the main goal between the Youth Council and the actual City Council of Beaumont, is that we are here for your voice and how to get the youth's opinion out there and not just underrepresented, but making sure we are represented in the council.
So my name is Dalen Brown. I am on the Youth Council and I'm also the EDC liaison for the Youth Council. Okay, so one of our key assets is Julio Martinez. He's also on the City Council and he's on the Youth Council. He kind of walks us through what we can do, what we can't do, what kind of things that he can bring up to the City Council. So in a way, we kind of lobby him in a way to make sure that our innovations and our creativity and our suggestions and just things that we're looking forward to doing actually come to fruition.
So it's a way of getting involved with your community, where you learn about city government, how we run, you meet the mayor, and you come here, like I said, to the city council chambers and to the city council, city hall.
And now, an overdue spotlight on the swim team.
So we wrapped up our last council meeting. We took some pictures and, it was a great group. I really enjoyed this group of students, and I want to thank staff for everything we've done, everything you've done to help them enjoy their time here. Nicole came up with a great year-end thing, what we call it, Letter to the Future Youth Council. So we talked about, okay, if you're going to write a letter, what would you want to tell them? So we went over kind of a reflection of what the year was and what they hadn't achieved that they still would like to see happen. Really nice. And thank you, Julie, for everything you did. She redesigned our new postcards for the application process. And I think they have some you can take a look at, but they're really professional looking. And it worked well last year. And I'm pretty excited for next year. So I think we'll have another great group of people. We still have 10th, 11th, 12th. We didn't open it to ninth graders yet, so we're still discussing whether we're going to do that at some future point. But it went well, and I think they were really excited to be a part of everything. And thank you, council, for allowing them to exist. They're really happy, and thank you for the food, because they enjoyed having the food at every meeting. So thank you, Elizabeth, for suggesting that. So always a plus. Yeah. So, and that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for your role in taking that on. I appreciate that. That brings us to action items. J1, proposed refunding of outstanding bonds related to improvement areas 7A1, 19A, 18, 16, and 8B of Community Facilities District 93-1.
So before we start, do we have any council members that reside in any of the areas that were mentioned? And if so,
18.
so we should deal with that first.
18 is one.
Robert, do you have the list? I can never remember. Do we know who has the list of where we're at?
I'm looking up the list right now.
Okay, thank you. I'm not in it.
So if anybody resides in one of those areas, they should recuse themselves.
We'll double check.
I do. I recuse myself from all the discussion.
I think we're doing it as one motion, one resolution, and it's and refunding the areas altogether, so yes.
You guys just want to do that there.
Let me know.
ready?
Oh,
There we go.
Thank you. Michael?
Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm going to be opening the presentation tonight on this item and be accompanied by the underwriter on the transaction, Tom Jacob from Stifel Nicholas. So as your attorney pointed out, we are here to talk about a grouping of CFDs subject to a refunding discussion and direction from the council tonight, specifically 7A, 1, 19A, 18, 16, and 8B. We'll go through those in some detail as we present. So I'm going to cover items 1 and 2. Mr. Jacob will cover item 3 and walk you through the details of the transaction and the market. A little bit about the overview. As the council's aware, we were here in March. The council approved moving forward with refunding effort for these certain CFD bonds, 7A, 19A, 18, 16, and 8B. The city established very clear savings thresholds, either 3% NPV savings or $200 annual partial savings. In total, these represented over $33 million in outstanding bonds. The refunding bonds will be issued through the Beaumont Public Improvement Authority and are expected to qualify for investment grade rating, insurance, and a surety reserve, which I will cover in a second. So tonight, as the city attorney pointed out, we are seeking action from the council to adopt specific resolutions and documents, including the indenture of trust and escrow agreements, not to exceed amount of the transaction of $30 million. These documents will provide the legal authority to proceed once the market conditions align with our savings threshold, which I'll cover in a second. As you can see, listed are the very specific documents. You've seen these before. They're basically the same documents with each bond transaction we bring forward to the council for consideration. In this case, it's the authority. I'm going to talk very briefly about this before I turn it over to Mr. Jacob. Since we've met with the council, the market has continued to have some volatility, as you can see here in this chart. It's somewhat steady now, but it's the rates have moved up on some of the tariff discussions. So that's helped certainly move things away from us, unfortunately. On the bright side of things, I'm going to make this a good news presentation. I guarantee it. I'm going to find a way. The city got an A+ rating on its bonds. So that's the highest CFD rating you've ever had. So 10 years ago, I was here and we were struggling to figure out how to get bonds to market. We were going to banks because of limited disclosure. It's personally a great pleasure to present to you that we're no longer in that spot, that the bonds are rated extremely high with an A+ rating. In addition to that, the city got a surety bid, which was very aggressive and low, and it represented 100% surety. Wow. Not you put part of the cash up, they're willing to insure the entire transaction without any money. Those two things have greatly helped the savings thresholds that you've established. I'm also pleased to report most of the CFDs that we're going to present to you tonight work. There are some exceptions. There's one specific exception that does not, which Mr. Jake will go over. And before I turn it over to him, there's an impact of removing one, which I want him to go through with you. By removing one, it has a waterfall effect on all of them and moves them down a little bit. So I want you to understand that. Certainly, we're open to whatever the council wants to do tonight. And to Mr. White's comment on the way out, I think we're going to have more questions tonight because of this than probably less. And I think it's good dialogue for us to have. This circumstance may come up again. So I think it'd be good for us to have an open conversation about what happens. As you recall, when we presented this item many months ago in the opening discussions, we referenced several CFDs that were coming in the future. So we may have this situation reoccur. So it's good to have this dialogue as a group now and figure out how you want to strategize going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Jacob, and I will be sitting right over here to answer any questions as they come up.
Great, thank you, Mike, and good evening, council members. Tom Jacob from Stifel, the underwriter on the proposed refinancing. I think Mike really covered the market overview. Since we met with council in early March, there have been quite a few developments in the financial markets. none more impactful than the implementation of the global tariffs that you see here. This chart shows the 30-year AAA MMD yield, which is the benchmark off of which all tax-exempt municipal bonds price and trade. And you can see the progression since the beginning of the year. Pretty steady through about early March. Heading into April, a little bit of an increase, but you saw the interest rates really take off in early April, and that was the announcement of the global tariffs. You saw that 30-year yield go from a 4.31% to as high as a 4.8%. Now, as Mike mentioned, we have seen stability come back to the marketplace. Thankfully, that interest rate has dropped a little bit, but currently at 4.52%, much higher than when we were previously in front of council in early March, where it was a 3.96%. So as Mike mentioned, that has had an impact on our savings. Just to remind council of where we were back in early March, we were looking at 5 local obligations or 5 improvement areas of CFD 93-1. You can see those listed in front of you. The top chart represents the savings estimates at the time of the previous city council meeting. I want to focus the discussion on 2 columns, one being the NPV percent highlighted in blue, that's to the left, and then to the far right you see the savings per parcel. Now, as council recalls, you set savings parameters where the NPV percent has to be either 3% or the savings per parcel has to be greater than $200 per year. And so you can see that when we met with council back in March, all of those underlying improvement areas met those thresholds, with the exception of improvement area 8B, which was really borderline at that time. 2.7% NPV savings and just under $100, about $92 in average annual savings per year. So we did update those financing statistics. Now, this is based on market conditions as of last week. I will share with you that market conditions have improved a little bit since then, and we also got the very aggressive insurance bids that Mike was referencing just on Monday. So certainly these improvements are not reflected in the presentation, but I can walk through those with you verbally. If we look at the bottom chart, those are the updated savings based on market conditions as of last Thursday. Now, again, the increase in tax-exempt rates has caused the NPV percent to decrease. If we just look at improvement area 7A1 or the Four Seasons community, that is the top row there, you can see that the increase in tax-exempt rates has reduced the NPV percent from a 6.6%, essentially cut it in half to a 3.3%. Savings per parcel, this is a bit of a nuance here in that savings per parcel actually increased. And the reason being is because of the 100% surety policy that Mike had mentioned that actually increases cash flow savings. And then also we have assumed the contribution of additional funds that are available to use towards this refinancing that are available with the city's trustee. And so the combination of those 2 factors have led to actually an increase in savings per parcel. So there's a little bit of a nuance there between the savings per parcel and the NPV percent. But based on the newer updated statistics, I will say that the NPV savings are slightly better and the savings per parcel are even higher. So I'm going to focus on the Sundance because that is the lowest one there. So based on the newer market conditions or more recent market conditions as of this morning or yesterday, I should say, we have that savings per parcel, which is actually closer to $100. So still well below the city's threshold of $200, and the NPV percent is still lower than 1%, so obviously lower than the city's 3% threshold as well. All the rest of them do meet the city's criteria to move forward with the refinancing. So really only it's the Sundance community or those bonds associated with Sundance that reflect savings below the thresholds that the city had set. The remaining slides, I know you're going to have some questions about that, but I can just go through the remaining slides pretty quickly. These are the estimated costs of issuance. Several of these were not to exceed fees that were established at the last city council meeting in mid-March. Pretty standard. You have various parties that will be reimbursed through bond proceeds. So these will all be reimbursed if and when the bonds actually come to market and are issued. And then our financing schedule, obviously, it's dependent on City Council's direction this evening, but it depends on whether or not you would like to include the Sundance portion within the refinancing. But based on the outcome of that discussion, we will likely, spend the next week or two getting the package ready and getting it ready to bring to market and ultimately price and close those bonds. So the timing of that will depend on council's direction on the Sundance portion of the bonds. But I estimate anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, this could ultimately come to market, price and close. And so with that, Mr. Bush, if you want to add some more. Sure.
I'm going to pick us back up right here, if the council doesn't mind. So we're going to talk a little bit about Sundance a little further. So when Mr. Jacob and I, with Mr. Forbath, had this conversation specifically about what to do or what to recommend to the council about Sundance, it became clear really two options existed. One was to remove it because it didn't meet the threshold. So I want to walk you through what happens if you remove it. My first question to Mr. Jacob was, if we remove it, does it change the rating of the bond? So Mr. Jacob reached out to Standard & Poor's, and while they usually do not tell you exactly what they're going to do, they imply, they give you some feeler, so to speak. From that, Mr. Jacob deduced that they believe, or we believe, the rating would go from your high rating of A+ down to an A. When we do that, that reduces the savings for everybody here. So that's the first step. In addition to that, with a lower rating, you see increases for insurance. Your insurance bid goes up, which further takes away some of the savings. So by taking out Sundance, you get this waterfall effect on all of them. In other words, they all somewhat decline in savings and in value. And in one case, I think it's Four Seasons, Mr. Jacob, is that correct? We believe by taking out Sundance, and we ran the number today in preparation of this meeting, Sundance will fall below 3%, and it's already below the $200. So we would remove Four Seasons and Sundance as a result. So the council has an alternative, which is a bet it doesn't meet your objective for an individual improvement area to leave Sundance in. It will benefit the entire group if it is left in. So the savings to the Sundance property owners will be about $100, and the savings to all the others will be at the levels you see here, if not higher, actually, as a result. Now, there are some legal steps to do that because you gave us direction before, and I think the resolutions as drafted and presented tonight suggest the 3% or $200. So I'm going to have Mr. Forbath come up here and explain that to you from a legal standpoint. But it's unfortunate that one smaller development carries that much weight on the credit of the whole thing to have such an impact. And I'll just say one thing, and it's not a recommendation really for the council. I think this is your decision to make as a policy decision. But I think the goal of the CFDs, since my beginning to work here, is to begin to look at them as a program, not an individual issuance. We come up with these thresholds to make sense of a grouping. This is the first time I can think of ever, not just here, but ever, I've ever seen one development have such an impact on the whole group, whether it's in Beaumont or somewhere else. But we're happy to take the direction that the council wants. We could certainly put these on hold until we get to Four Seasons at 3%. I think it's at 2.7 with everything taken out. Or we can amend it, and Mr. Forbath will walk us through the amendment process now.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question on the subject?
Sure.
So, one, is there an alternative to replacing Sundance with another district out there?
No.
Okay. And then the other one would be, I don't think we're going to go this way, but if we pull out Sundance and it negatively affects Four Seasons and it's below, and if Four Seasons was pulled, does it just implode the entire thing?
It likely would because of the size of it.
And would the insurance rating go down even further?
The cost of the insurance would go higher, and depending on the rating, they may not give you the insurance.
Okay.
So if we go from an A category,
So we're going
So
from A
triple
plus
B.
to potentially A. Would we go from potentially A to even lower if Four Seasons is out?
Possibly.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Laura, Brian Forbath, good to see you all this evening. So just a couple things I would just add to the discussion. I think Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Bush have done an excellent job of describing the situation. And again, ultimately your decision on how you want to proceed on this, and I don't think we're making a recommendation to you on it. The one thing I would consider is that 8B is in sort of an unusual situation compared to the other ones, in that that was done on a private placement basis a little while, like during a time period when there was considerably lower interest rates. And so that interest rate on those bonds is low. And so unless interest rates move favorably, it's uncertain whether or not that ever comes back one way or another. So there is at least some level of savings along with the transaction this time, but uncertain. We're just be betting on the market at that point. So before you tonight, there's essentially one recommendation. It's a group. You're sitting here tonight as the legislative body of three different agencies: the Beaumont Public Improvement Agency, the Beaumont Financing Authority, and CFD 93-1. So the recommendation would be, as the bodies of all three of those, to approve the attached resolutions. The resolution that was agendized as part of your packet had forth the savings thresholds that we all discussed and talked about. I took advantage this afternoon to provide to the city clerk and the city attorney and city manager an alternative to that resolution for 93-1 that would change the savings threshold only for improvement area 8B if the council so desired, so that you could either set it at 3% or a dollar amount other than $200 if the council so decides. So it's really in your purview on how you want to move forward tonight, but I just want to let you know that we do have sort of a tweak to the resolution that's already with staff if you want to make that adjustment, and it just has a blank associated with it. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, I have a question for Mr.
Let me,
Corbett.
Mr. Martinez, if you don't mind me jumping
yeah.
in real quick, I want to follow up something Brian says. I think it's material to possibly the conversation. He referenced the low interest rate of the specific CFD 8B. So I'm going to read you off the average coupons of each of them so you can see in reference where they are currently. 7A is 4.813%. 19A is 4.742%. 18 is 4.034%. 16 is 4.120%. And then you get to 8B, which is 3.9%.
Right, so my question was on the resolution wording. So I just wanted to know, because he said we can adjust it, can we also put a wording in there instead where if an area has a significant impact, because I look at it as a package, if one of the areas is a significant impact, that it doesn't have to necessarily fall within the number, or would it be better to put a number in there, like?
I think we would want to suggest that there's at least some level of savings. We wouldn't want to be doing the transaction if it was going to cost those residents.
No, but but what I'm saying is, could we put, if an area has a minimum of blank savings, but significantly impacts the savings on the other areas? I don't know if that's being too detailed.
Yeah, I think if the language as I've drafted it currently, it says, or the annual savings of at least $200 per parcel for the applicable improvement area, or with respect to improvement area 8B, only annual savings of at least blank per parcel. And so the council could choose $100, $50, whatever level the council is comfortable with. I think from a legal standpoint, we would want to see at least, at a minimum, $1 of annual savings in order to move this thing forward. Because I think it is important to remember that once we issue these bonds, they're not going to be callable again for another 10 years. And so I think we'd want to ensure some level of savings for these property owners. And the other aspect to think about is if the council, so let's just say there's $100 of savings this year, if we execute the transaction now, it doesn't satisfy it. If it's not refunded this year, that $100 of savings is essentially lost, in future years when you go, because there's one less year of debt service. So just something to think about as well. So.
Let me ask you a question quickly.
Sure.
If we were to remove 8B, is it eligible when?
We would always look at it and consider it, next year when we come back for another look at the refunding, depending where interest rates are. Again, I think the timing of this is such that the refunding needs to occur prior to the setting of the tax roll in August. So it's now for savings this coming year. If not, the council would wait and look at it again next year to execute the transaction.
And then is there any forecasting of, you told me we maybe can, go out to market in 2 to 4 weeks. I think not you, excuse me. What is the potential delay if we wait a month? I mean, do we gain anything? I'm trying to play the game.
You're going to get the no one has a crystal ball answer.
Well, yeah,
right?
I figure that, but.
Well, I want to bring up something though. Removing Sundance would require us to remove or wait on Four Seasons.
Understood.
Right? So we would wait similar to the item you're going to hear next, which is really close.
Yeah.
To being there. So we don't know. So the plan would be, with this transaction, if we were to include Sundance, we would go as based on the schedule that Mr. Jacob pulled up, which, where'd it go? See if I can find it here. Pull it back up for you. This is it here.
And then while we're doing that, there was a quote that maybe it was $100. It had gone from 21 to approximately 100.
Yeah.
I think it would be important to understand what the likelihood of 100 is versus the likelihood of $80 if we're trying to identify. Now, I do think that savings of $50 over 10 years, is something. It does give us a positive. So even if I shot, at low at $50, that's what I'm trying to understand and get to.
Totally understand. So let's talk about that, and then we'll go to the scheduled discussion. I would recommend that you put it lower than 100 for one purpose only, that we're trying to capture all of it. And I think we're going to show you the schedule, but the assumption with the schedules, we always look at a specific date in mind, and we work with staff, but we also look what's going on in the market during that week or that month, and we set things around it. We look at comparables, and so although this, from the most part, would meet the council's expectations, we still look at other economic indicators coming and work around them to avoid things. So if you set it lower than 100, it wouldn't mean that, we're going to be like, okay, let's just go anytime we want. That's not the way we normally do the transactions anyway. We certainly look for the benefits in the market to bring them to fruition. My fear, honestly, about setting it at 100 is that we're holding them all hostage still.
Yeah.
Trying to get a little something.
Understood.
That if we get to 99, we still can't go. I think the objective, if you decide to include it, is to look at them as a pool. And I think to Mr. Martinez's comments is look at the credit strength as the group under the pool. That being said,
The greater good.
To your comment about the market, as long as nothing crazy happens, we just need a couple days of positive momentum and things look a lot different because of the transaction size. But it can go the other way with one tweet, one false report, one anything, and then, we're back to where, okay, we're on hold. So the comfort I think the council should have, we've all worked together for a long time. We wait. We wait for the market to be right. There's no urgency here. I think Mr. Forbat pointed out the only sense of urgency we have, if anything, is to get it done before the tax rolls are due so that Mr. Spicer and his team can set the rate. That means we can actually price them up to that date. We don't have to close it. As long as they know what the bond's pricing is, they can do it at that date. So we would go day to day if we needed to. But we feel, Mr. Jacob and I have been talking quite a bit about this one. We're just going to watch it and see how it goes. But we'll set the schedule normal, talk to staff. Elizabeth and Jennifer as we go forward and say, okay, here's what we think the market is. We give updates as we go through. This council will receive from us when we're pricing the bonds or when we closed. You'll see the information we shared with you tonight, the pre-pricing data, and then the final pricing data will all be shared with you. And hopefully it goes in the right direction, which is usually better. It's been my experience. I won't go too far into this, but I will have a little plug for your underwriter in this case. No one does CFDs better than these guys, honestly. They're the only ones literally that do it with retail. And when you have retail in the front end, it brings lower rates. So I'm pretty confident we'll get the best deal on a CFD by far than using others. Just go right to the institutional investors. They try to squeeze out a lot of interest rates, in each bond. That's not the way these guys perform CFDs. That's why they've done such a good job.
I appreciate that, and I know that this takes a lot of work, so I appreciate you guys with that work as well. And it's definitely a difficult concept to wrap people's minds around, so I appreciate the way in which you guys present this to us each and every time as well. I am for moving forward with the greater good and keeping them pooled, and my suggestion would be to write the $21 in there and let it roll. Would you like me to make a motion, or is there more discussion?
Do we need public comment also?
Did we do?
I thought we did that.
Did we?
Nicole, did we do public comment?
I don't remember.
There's no public hearing. I don't remember if we asked for public comment yet. We have not.
Okay. We should see if there's any public comment, please.
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I just got a quick question then. So in regards to that $21, I'd hate to have to come back, a dollar would work?
I am more than confident 21 is low
Okay,
enough.
because I don't want to have.
I wouldn't even call her a gambler at $21. I don't think I have any problem
if you're
with anybody
confident,
else,
then-
so that's pretty, that's
Okay, and it's
low.
already-
That's ensuring we don't come back.
It's documented. It was
If we're
easier to
below
go.
21, they're all bad,
Okay.
and we'll come back.
Okay.
All right, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Do you have a motion, or is that?
Sure. I will move to approve the recommended action and, I guess, modify the resolution to call out, how would you want me to read it strictly off of here?
I think it's just to approve the recommended action with the modification
Right.
to the CFD 93-1 resolution to fill in the blank for the savings threshold for 8B to be $21.
So moved.
I'll second. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez? Yes. Councilmember White? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you, Michael, very much. Brings us to item J2. Proposed refunding of outstanding Beaumont Public Improvement Authority wastewater revenue bonds, Series 2018A.
Welcome back.
See if he has any coffee or anything over there.
Yeah.
It'll be longer with him.
Are you ready, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, this is the second refinancing item for the night, and as I promised with the first one, which ended positively, this one will end up positively as well. Tonight, we're presenting an update to propose refunding the outstanding Beaumont Public Improvement Authority wastewater revenue bonds for 2018. Similar to your prior presentation, I'll be covering items 1 and 2, Mr. Jacob, and if necessary, Mr. Forbath can close us out. A little bit about the overview, the background here. In 2018, the city issued approximately $81 million of wastewater revenue bonds to finance improvements to the city-owned treatment plant. Approximately $79 million remains outstanding. These bonds carry a final maturity to 2049 and an interest rate of 5%. They become callable September this year and are eligible for redemption at 103% currently. We're going to talk a little bit about the proposed bonds. Again, they refinanced the outstanding amounts. Happy to report that, similar to our other transaction, this bond has also been upgraded from an A+ to a AA-, which is, again, the highest rating the city's had for its treatment plant. Similar to the other item, it greatly improves the savings, which mitigates the market moving away from us. And Mr. Jacob will cover that, as well as the bond insurance bid, which was equally favorable in the city's direction. So items for the council's consideration tonight, pretty standard. For this group, we're going through the Public Improvement Authority. It's a not to exceed $80 million. Same documents you've seen in the past: preliminary official statement, bond indenture, installment purchase agreement, escrow agreement, and bond purchase contract. Before we go through this, I'll have Tom just kind of briefly cover this slide again. It's the same impact you've seen with the prior, but for Mr. White's consideration, we'll go through it in detail so you can understand the context of the conversation in full. But we are slightly off your directive for this one, which is the 3%. We are very, very close. And the reason why we're very close is the rating and the insurance bid that came in. We need a little bit of market movement for this transaction. I think what Mr. Jacob has recommended is we just kind of wait for the market to get there. We'll go on a day-to-day basis with your guidance. Your policy approval at the last meeting, assuming that it's affirmed today, which is no bonds get issued unless we have 3% savings, is our target. So if we're at 2.9 or 2.7 or 2.8, we do not go forward until we can be assured that you'll get 3%. So we will likely follow our normal schedule, which Mr. Jacob will cover, with the assumption that the market will move. And if we get to that point where we're going to price and the market isn't there, we just wait. And we'll go to what's something called day-to-day as a transaction and wait for the market to get there. This one does not have the time sensitivity that we have with the CFD with, the assessment reporting. But there is a rating that does at some point sunset, but it's months from now. So we've got plenty of time. Before I turn it over to Mr. Jacob, I want to touch real quickly on the ratings for both of these transactions. Haven't worked with this group for a while. I will say one of the big differences I think that I see is just overall city management council guidance that you've provided over the last decade to the group. Your staff, Jennifer, your wastewater staff, Elizabeth, they all know the city really well. It shows on the credit presentations, the details that were there. The upgrades are really evidence of the work that you guys have done. The developments, the stewardship that you've provided and your staff has provided. Honestly, we just kind of help tell the story. So I want you to be aware that it's, I know you thank us. I like it, feels good. But honestly, your staff does a lot of it, to be candid with you. And you guys do a lot of it too with your stewardship. So with that, I'm going to turn this section over to Mr. Jacob.
Good evening again, Council. Tom Jacob from Stifel, the underwriter on the proposed refinancing. Forgive me for reviewing this slide again. Councilmember White, just to give a brief overview of the marketplace. Mike talked a little bit about the volatility that we've had in the market since the beginning of the year. We've had a lot of developments occur over the last couple of months. The biggest of which was the implementation of the global tariffs in early April. That did cause fixed income rates. We look primarily in our market for taxable rates, we look at U.S. Treasury yields. And then for tax-exempt yields, we look at what is called the AAA MMD benchmark yield curve. That is the benchmark off of which all tax-exempt municipal bonds price and trade. And so we show that 30-year yield right in front of you. This is what this chart represents. And so you can see right after that implementation of global tariffs, that 30-year yield went from a 4.31% all the way up to a 4.8%. That is the high for this year. And thankfully, we've had a little bit more in the stability in the marketplace since then, and we are currently at about a 4.52%. So much higher than when we were last in front of council when talking about the pooled CFD bonds back in early March. But certainly, it's nice to see that we're not near the highs that we experienced shortly after the implementation of the tariffs. Some financing statistics, again, these are based on market conditions as of last Thursday. So just to repeat what Mr. Bush said, the primary purpose of this financing is to refinance the outstanding 2018 bonds to generate savings, cash flow savings, and then to leverage those cash flow savings to finance capital improvements to the wastewater system. And so therefore, we've showed the statistics, this chart in front of you. We show the par amount of the refunding bonds. Again, this is reflecting market conditions as of May 29th, a little over $72 million. The average borrowing cost or yield over this time frame is 4.39%. That new money, in other words, leveraging those savings over time to generate funds up front to use for capital improvements to the wastewater system, are about $1.2 million. Mr. Bush mentioned the savings threshold set by City Council at 3%. So based on these market conditions, we were estimating a 1.7%. So a bit lower than the city's threshold of 3%. And then we show, for illustrative purposes only, the savings, the rest of the savings. But again, those are just illustrative. Those would be leveraged over time to generate funds up front. Similar to what we did for the pooled CFD bonds, we updated the financing after the creation of this presentation, and based on market conditions as of this morning, we are estimating 2.3%. So that is based on the upgrade in the rating that Mr. Bush talked about, and then also some other very aggressive bids, such as insurance that we received and some other factors associated with the upgrade. So we are just slightly below the city's threshold of 3%. I will note that, because I can envision this question, how much will interest rates have to move to get us to that 3% threshold? And interest rates would have to decrease on average 0.1%. So not a whole heck of a lot. That could be a day or two of a positive market tone. So as Mr. Bush mentioned, I think our goal here would be to get council's blessing, to get the transaction ready, and to jump into the market when it's favorable and when we achieve those thresholds set by council. Similar to the pooled CFD refunding, we do provide the estimated cost of issuance associated with the financing. You can see the team that has put in the work taken to get us to this point. Similarly, like I said, to the CFD refunding, these are paid out of bond proceeds. So only if and when the bonds are issued, these participants will get paid, with the exception of Standard & Poor's. They ask that their fee get paid sooner rather than later, but it can be reimbursed through bond proceeds. And last but not least, I covered most of this, but assume City Council blesses the transaction this evening. We would wait until the market is more favorable, and assuming that we do find that pocket of time where we do generate the 3%, we would get ready for the pricing, post the preliminary official statement, that offering document to prospective investors, and then we would set the pricing date, set the yields, the coupons, everything, and get ready to close a couple of weeks later. And so with that, unless the rest of the financing team would like to touch on anything? Yeah, Mr. Forbath?
Just the one comment I would make is that the financing we've assumed that we have before you assumes that the savings are used to generate capital for new projects. So I just want to make sure that was clear, that the savings are intended to not be passed on to ratepayers or the general to increase cash flow, but rather to be used on CIP projects.
Good. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I'll open up for council comments. Councilmember White?
I have a real quick question for you. You just mentioned about, I lost my train of thought. It'll come back.
Capital improvements?
Yes. Okay. Is it restricted to only capital improvements related to the wastewater treatment?
Yes,
plant?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. But not to the wastewater treatment, just to the wastewater system.
Wastewater system?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, if you don't mind, if you would go back over slide 10 real quick for me?
Of course. Okay. So again, these are the financing statistics.
We can't see it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind putting the presentation back up?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
curious what new money generated versus all the different savings amounts, if you just go over those. real
Certainly.
quickly.
So the savings statistics that you see here, the MPV savings on a dollar basis, on a percent basis, the total cash flow savings,
Okay.
the average, those are for illustrative purposes only. Those are based on market conditions as of last Thursday, and those would simply be, I like to look at the net present value savings. In other words, you're leveraging the savings that you would have achieved over time. You assume that you're bonding for financing capital improvements. And so, in other words, I think another way to think about this is the debt service on the new bonds would stay relatively the same level as the old bonds, and you would just take advantage of lower interest rates and squeeze out, as much new money.
That's the new money generated. then.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's equity, exactly.
And if we do I never know whether it's refund. If we do refunding here, when would we be able to do it again?
Likely 10 years.
10 years?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, quick question. If we give authorization to proceed, is there an expiration date that we need to talk about?
It's a good question. I think the only expiration I'm concerned with, honestly, is the S&P rating. But I think they're good for about 6 months.
Okay.
But I think the rest of it's probably pretty good.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just real quickly, remind me the cost of issuance, those are fixed amounts, correct? They're not
That's
tied
correct.
to anything, okay? And the savings that we see includes the cost of issuance
Yes.
amounts? Okay.
Like
so I
all
think I
trans-
asked
Yeah, and
that
they're
last
all contingent upon the bonds being sold. So no bond sale, nobody gets paid. The exception being the rating agency, they have to be paid. So that would have, if the bonds, if you decided or the market moved away, the wastewater system would be on the hook to pay the rating fee.
Okay, perfect. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember White?
I'm assuming that the other item was probably well received, and we're looking into that. I can get an update on what happened on the other item, right?
The decision was already made and it passed.
Right.
So, but we shouldn't go into the discussion on that because you have a conflict.
I
on
can't
that.
just get the direction of what direction we gave at that point?
Yeah, they can state the direction. It's public information at this point, but we shouldn't go back into.
No, I understand. I'm just, I'm sort of similar related.
I have a way to answer your question.
Okay.
If you'll let me give it a shot.
Please.
Both transactions are subject to the market, current market.
Right.
The exception with this one is we're gonna wait to reach the thresholds. The prior transaction, a decision is made to move forward with the group of bonds in the current market.
So in general, my question is if we do, our decision whether or not to refund the wastewater treatment bonds or not, at this point right now, or even when the rates get to a certain point, does that impact our rating on the other one?
No.
I'm assuming no, because
No.
it sounds like the other one would
Separate
happen
credit,
beforehand.
yeah. This is separate credit. This credit is based solely on your wastewater treatment system.
Okay.
But the good news, both were upgraded, from prior issuance. So the prior transaction received an A+ rating, which is the highest rating you've ever had for a CFD. And this one's at a AA-, which is the highest it's had as well.
Yeah, my concern is just that we refund this one now to grab a little bit of a savings, and then there's a much bigger savings in the next year or two, and we're stuck with that for 10 years. That's my question and concern here.
It's a good concern. I think these bonds had an interest rate of 5%, which is not bad. So as the tenure shrinks, usually the interest rate and risk goes down with it. So
Right.
in this case, I think, I don't know if we have it in here, but let's see if Tom put it in. Normally, when you see one of these slides, you'll see a slide or a line that goes across. It talks about an average over time. I think we're probably near the average long-term rate right now.
Okay.
We just had this council is aware, I mean, we were selling 30-year non-rated bonds for like 3%. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. And so this is something we get asked all the time, like, is this where it's going to be for a while? We're ever going to see it go really far down? To your point, a step further, the market does predict FOMC adjustments ahead of time, so they're priced into the rates. So this assumes likely there's going to be some adjustment from the FOMC in the next probably 2 to 3 months already baked into the number.
What's F10? What'd you say that was?
It's basically the Fed Market Committee deciding when they're going to adjust rates down. So the finance industry makes these predictions in the market, and the rates are subject to those predictions, whether they're going to have 1 or 2 rate adjustments. They price them in early. So if there's a rate adjustment due tomorrow, the market doesn't react the next day. It's already priced into some assumption. So this prices in some assumptions already on changes to the market rates.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yeah, is there a way that we can go back to the slide on the cost, this one? And did I hear that these costs are already assumed in the overall savings?
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, the only one that's not subject to contingency is the 50,000 to Standard & Poor's.
Yeah, I think something that I'm grappling with a little bit is 400,000 to get this, accomplished with, 1.2, kind of along Councilmember White's comments. If we wait, are we doing this just for 1.2? Can that be supplemented for now while we continue day to day, knowing that they're available now? Right. So I guess what I'm saying is it 1.2 now, with the possibility of 3 later, that, like Councilmember White was kind of walking down the line?
I'm not trying to move you one way or the other. I'm just not a real big fan of the NPV savings. The reality is the cash flow savings to your utility. It's the 1.9 number.
1.9, yeah.
That's the real number, right? Because that's the number that's reduced every year over time. NPV is just the market's way of saying, here's what it is today's value. But the reality is the cash flow savings is really what you're looking at from a budget perspective every year.
That's annually, that's not in totality,
That's the 79,000 for the duration of the bonds
which is annually,
annually gets you to the 1.9 million.
right, over the totality. But is
That's
there the
correct.
potential that could be higher? Or crystal ball question, obviously, that we have there once
Could be.
again. But when we're
Could be higher,
not,
could
we're
be
not
lower.
against a time crunch at this point.
Yeah.
We have the opportunity to wait and see. Do we have faith that anything will waver further to go down or not, interest rate wise? I don't know, discussion point, I don't know.
Well,
And these numbers, I'm sorry, are based on getting the 3%, right?
Correct.
So that's assuming that the rates
The
do go up
minimum
enough to
savings.
get these numbers.
Oh, these are the 1.7, sorry.
They haven't run new numbers yet.
If it got up to 3%, it would be, excuse me, if we did achieve 3%, that $2 million in total cash flow savings would be closer to $3 million.
And it's a wait and see.
Yeah, they're going to wait.
I'm good with it, so.
Me too.
Let's get a motion.
Motion?
She reads faster.
Or, this one doesn't need to be adjusted, we could move as recommended. I'll move it, I'll make a motion that we, now I'm losing my train of thought. I move that we approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
Is that good enough? Okay with that?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Just so you know, that was quicker with me than the one without me. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Brings us to item J3, Adopt Parks Community Services Master Plan.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening, council. Very excited to present to you tonight our final draft of the Parks Master Plan. This has been a process that we've been going through for almost 2 years and has been just a great experience for our department and for our city. We previously presented this report to our Parks and Rec Committee on April 28th at our last meeting and received some feedback from them. And then now we are presenting the final report to you. So I will jump to the guests and presenters that we have today. We have Doug Grove and Neely Bott, who are the masterminds behind our Parks and Community Services Master Plan. So I'll turn it over to them. And if you have any questions, you may direct it to our presenters or myself. Thank you so much.
It's a great thing to get to work with one Doug. It's a privilege to get to work with two Dougs. My name is Neelai Bhatt, and he asked me to keep it short, so we'll be done by about 10:30. Just kidding. But anyways, this is terrific. It's always a bittersweet moment to get to this point as well of the plan. But as we go through it, just a quick recap on things you've already seen and heard. About half of residents live within a 10-minute walk, certainly, and a goal to aspire to continue enhancing access and connectivity. Great problem to have. You are a growing population. People want to call Beaumont home as well. You are diversifying very, very rapidly from a race and ethnicity standpoint. You are aging to some degree, but not quite so much. A lot of young families and active adults, I refuse to call them seniors. They don't behave like it. But you do have multiple generations. And you have income levels that are slightly lower from an individual standpoint, slightly higher than from a household standpoint, which indicates more people living under the same roof together. So again, back to the multi-generational focus, certainly very important. Market participation index, the blue line is the national average. As you can see, virtually everything but softball is higher than national average in terms of community participation. Everything from the fitness standpoint is at or higher than national averages too. And in terms of the public input, very robust input as well. You can see 400 plus statistically valid surveys that are representative of the community, over 360 other community surveys, 23 different stakeholder groups represented, multiple public meetings. And some of the key elements here as well, this is really the most important element because these are only your constituents. These represent every one of the households just in Beaumont in a random scientific way. So you know this is not just me stacking the deck with people who love cricket or people from Indianapolis taking the survey online. This is just your residents, right? And so from that standpoint, you can see multiple age groups that are represented as well. National average, you're right at the national average in terms of visitation. 4 out of 5 have visited some park facility in the last year. In terms of the rating itself, we've got about 60% that say good or excellent. That is slightly below the national average. I think the opportunity is how do we move the ones that say we are fair to good and move the good to great, right? To excellent as well. Only 6% say we're poor, so we're not doing a bad job at all. It's how can we, again, plus up the show. The two biggest reasons, probably the three, and the second and third are almost something that have really risen post-pandemic, is lack of shade in restrooms. It's not that people want more play structures, it's that they want shade with the play structures, right? Some of the amenities, and we'll show them what the needs as well, those are really the big ones. Beyond that, only 15% said lack of maintenance is an issue. That's really not much of an issue. Lack of awareness is 15%, again, pretty low. So those are really the big things to focus on as well. In terms of program participation, fantastic. Right? I would recommend agencies get to about 40% nationally. You're already above that, so I'm not sure what to recommend for you, as much as saying keep up the great work, right? So this is a fairly high number. And where we have, again, room for improvement is perception of quality, right? Some of this is tied to the quality of the facilities, right? Where people go for the programs impact how they perceive the program experience. And we'll get to that, some of the recommendations going forward. Again, encouraging part, only 2% said you're poor, right? This is not bad. It's a question of how do we, again, continue raising the bar from fair to good and good to excellent. So, top 5 barriers as well. Nationally, 1 in 3 people talk of lack of awareness. I don't know what's offered. In our case, 55%. More than anything else, it's lack of awareness. It comes down to 2 or 3 reasons. One, everybody has weapons of mass distraction. There is so much noise, clutter from the Netflix and the Hulus and the TikToks. You're constantly competing for attention. In your case, the other thing is you also have a whole bunch of new people moving to town. So it's almost like 50 first dates, right? You're constantly having to retell your story to new people that don't know that you exist. And the encouraging part here is, if this was about a lot of capital items, it would be a much longer term and more expensive solution. This is not. It's marketing. Too often we see marketing as an expense. Part of the mindset shift, we need to see that as an investment. And what we've seen nationwide in Parks and Rec is $1 spent on marketing results in anywhere from $8 to $12 return on investment due to increased awareness leading to increased participation, right? So this is, again, a really essential part in terms of telling your story. Everything else is less than 20%, right? Program times, program not being offered, that's a function of your facility spaces and some of the big moves we will recommend going forward. So all across the board, if you look at the majority in terms of agreement, over half of them talk about how what Doug and his team does makes the city a more desirable place to live. Preserves open space, has social interactions, improves the quality of mental health and reduces stress, age-friendly, reduces crime. So a whole lot of benefits that go simply beyond pure participation to helping people feel a sense of belonging and positive impact as well, that results in either them wanting to stay here or more people wanting to move here. And this is what people understand, right? You talk of $10 million, it's hard, but you say $100, how would you want to spend it? And this is where you can see the majority of them want to improve and maintain what you have, right? Nearly $32 out of the whole is improve, maintain existing parks, etc. Now the 15 is about acquiring new parkland and space, and almost 11 is build a new community center, and then you can see the rest of them as well. This is really, really encouraging, right? People are given the choice, would you be willing to pay more, right? Put your money where your mouth is. Less than 40% said no, right? The majority actually said, yes, we're willing to spend. Almost 2 out of 3 people said we're willing to spend more per month, per household, if we can get all these amenities that are no longer deemed nice to have, but are seen as essential to quality of life. Right? And this is nationwide. We've seen in the last elections as well, 89% of all referendums and measures tied to Parks and Rec passed. Irrespective of the political affiliation of the community, red, blue, purple, it didn't matter, right? So these are the things that people are seeing that they absolutely want and are willing to, again, support them financially as well. I'm not saying this is the only survey to do. You obviously have to go deeper as well and identify what it requires and what people will actually want to see. But this is a very, very encouraging first step. So almost equal distribution from a gender standpoint, very diverse from a race and ethnicity standpoint. And so this, again, helps you understand that this represents your constituents and is a sample, almost like a microcosm of the Beaumont community at large. That's what makes these results reliable and defensible from our standpoint as well, compared to any other data mechanism. So that leads to really the ultimate question is, what should the priorities be? Because if you generally ask people, the answer is all I want is everything, right? And so how do you balance that? And the way this methodology works from the survey is for every amenity type and every program type, they're asked 3 questions. 1, do you have a need for this? Yes or no? If you say, yes, I have a need, then the question is, to what extent is your need being met? So if I say I have a need for water, but I have this, it's no longer an unmet need. If this were empty, this would be a huge unmet need. This is absolutely important, and it's a need, and it's unmet. So what the priority investment rating does is balances the combination of what is important, what is a need, and what's a need that's unmet. If you simply look at unmet need, I guarantee you, you have an incredible unmet need for underwater basket weaving. But it's important to 3 people. Not that important. On the other hand, some of the things in terms of, let's say, sports fields, etc., are very important, but not as high an unmet need, right? So things you're about to see are the combination of what is important and what is still not met. No surprise to you all, water features are high, Splash pads, spray parks, outdoor pools are very high. But number one is trails and connectivity. You saw less than half of them can walk to a park within 10 minutes. Clearly, that's important. But then look at the things after that. Restrooms, shaded picnic areas, shade and trees. Those are, again, things, as I mentioned, have evolved in the last 4 or 5 years. Right after that is a community center. I rarely see community center this high, but seeing the buildings you have community spaces. You don't have a true multi-purpose, multi-gen community center, right? And that's shown here as you look at some of the other elements, performing arts spaces, large community parks, indoor basketball, pickleball, volleyball courts, etc. as well. And then you see the medium and the low priorities. I am really hurt that cricket fields are so low, but at least they're on the charts. 5 years ago, they weren't. So here we are. Similarly, you think in terms of programs, and this is where you don't have any low priorities. Everything is high or medium. And oftentimes, right, we tend to think of these in isolation, except really what you should be thinking of is how do program needs drive space requirements? So if I look at these programmatic elements, nearly 2/3 of all the high priorities can literally happen under one building, one multi-gen community rec center. Fitness and wellness, special events, 50+ activities, exercise classes, after-school programs, enrichment, visual performing arts. So many of these can all happen under one single place. So these are, again, not individual needs. These are collective ones that can function in a multi-purpose, multi-generational areas as well, if that's how you think about it. So these are collectively the priorities from a statistically reliable representative sample. We then looked at all the program assessments as well, and Doug and his team did an outstanding job providing this data for these core program areas, right? That's what we currently offer: classes, special events, senior services, sports and leagues, right? So across all of these, measured a number of different elements to see where are you in your distribution. The encouraging part, you really don't have too many declining or canceled programs, but you have a ton of them where there is sustained participation or minimal growth as well, because in many cases, they don't have space to grow, right? So you're tapped out in terms of how much more you can add based on when the availability of that space is, and everybody wants it at the same time. So that leads to then the park and facility assessment. I'm going to turn it over to Doug, and then we'll follow up from there.
Okay, thanks, Nilay. So we went out to all your parks. There's the list of the parks here with all the acreage, and did a full assessment of those. Nice thing about the parks in Beaumont, as you know, are very widely spread across the city. Nothing is really grouped too much, so you've got parks everywhere. We did a full analysis of every facility on every site. So this is an example map. All of these maps are in the appendix of the written report. But we documented everything from trash cans to benches to backstops to playgrounds, rated them on a scale of 1 to 5. They're all in the GIS database, which we'll turn over to Doug and his staff, so your GIS people can maintain that and continue to update that as things get improved. We looked at parks, the ratings from poor to great, 1 to 5. We also looked at it in 4 different areas: access and connectivity, condition and functionality, safety and comfort, and maintenance. So you can see this is the chart for all of the parks. You can see the different colors. You can see the overall score. So anything above a 3 to 3.5 is in really good condition. You're only going to get a 5 if it's a brand new park and has all of those elements together. So you can see a lot of your maintenance is really good. You're in the 4s on maintenance, which is really great. And your scores are very good. Everybody wants a 5, but you don't really get 5s unless you have a brand new facility. So. We also looked at the one facility we have here, the community center, and had our architect take a look at that. We have a full documentation with notes and recommendations on things that could be improved in that area, as well as just assessing that. So I'll let Nilay get into the level of service.
So what Doug spoke about was quality and condition, right? This is about quantity, and the idea is not about what you as a city provide to the residents, it's what do they have access to. Because you don't have to be all things to all people. As long as they have those offerings accessible, that's perfectly fine. So we can see here in the left column is all the park types, trails, outdoor, indoor amenities. Then you see what the city provides. Then you see the other service providers, which leads to the current level of service. What's in green is the recommended level of service. And that factors in both your current and future population growth. So the difference between your current level of service and future level of service leads to, do you meet the standard? Or what you see in red is that if there is a need that exists. If you do nothing else for the next 10 years, how might that need change for acreage, trail miles, amenities, etc. And that's what you see in the future. And some of it you will see things that are developed as well. If there are new additions happening, those are what are factored in. So the future needs will then be discounted by what you have planned, but might not be available right away, but will be available within the next 5 or 10 years. So based on that, you can see a number of areas as well. We also factor in utilization. So as we think in terms of, let's say, access to a school or school sites as well, none of those are accessible like a city park or a playground might be. So we account for those at a discounted rate based on when they might be available 20% of the time, usually 30% of the time. And so the inventory is weighed not based on what exists, but what is accessible. So based on that, you can see going forward, we have some park acreage needs for neighborhood and community park. If you think back to the priority investment rating, the community parks especially were a high priority. We show a need for trails. That was the number one highest priority as well. We can see some for tennis courts. Shade was a high priority. That's why you see gazebos as, again, a need for the future as well. And then aquatic spaces from an outdoor pool to a splash pad. And then the biggest thing, if you see, is the very bottom, nearly 40,000 square feet of indoor community/recreation spaces a need for the future, right? That's huge. And as the population grows, as people want year-round recreation, as you look at more revenue generating opportunities, those might be the kinds of things that would certainly help. Now, this is obviously just quantity. The question is also access. So we've developed these equity maps as well, and this is huge credit to Doug as well and the team to sort of keep pushing to say, what else can we do that hasn't been done before? And so what you're about to see, these maps, I've done a couple hundred of these plans across the world. This is the first city in the country that actually has these kinds of maps, where you're not just seeing the actual access, you're seeing the condition of every amenity with the access as well. So this is showing what Doug just mentioned, right? Every single park you have, and you can see the distribution and the colors of all these parks, so you know in terms of quality or where you need to help improve things, where might the biggest needs be. These are, as you look at every one of them as well going forward by different service providers, you'll see what exists, whether it's a city, the other service provider, current or future. So you can see, for example, with community parks, right? There are areas where we have overlaps, but then there are certain areas where there is a gap with respect to community parks itself. However, many of those are filled with the neighborhood parks. So you're not just seeing any map in isolation. You're looking at this almost as a jigsaw puzzle of all these different amenities to say, as long as one of these is providing access to the community, we're in a good spot. But there still are areas, as you look at it, where there will be gaps. So as you evaluate where to acquire land, where to expand or build parks, these maps give you a chance to make a lot more transparent, knowledgeable, and defensible decisions. Going forward, same thing. With dog parks as well, you can see between the existing, the other service providers, and the dotted line showing the future providers, you're pretty well covered. With trails and connectivity, we're not. Right? So this gives you a really good chance to understand as well across different providers currently in the future, what might the community have access to, and where are there still gaps in terms of trails and walkability and connectivity that we should be thinking about. More than enough ball fields as well, more than enough multi-purpose fields with the new development that's coming on that will cover all of these as well. A significant overlap in multiple areas with basketball courts. You will have enough pickleball courts going forward with the future developments. We don't have enough tennis courts. And this again shows as well what you saw in terms of future needs as well, where they might be. Again, a lot of playgrounds as well with current and future development. Not enough picnic shelters, even though we have a few new coming, so that certainly will help as well. Gazebos, as we mentioned, also provide a rental opportunity, a revenue opportunity, and larger family gatherings. We have a splash pad coming on board, and we'll probably need one more in the future years. And then the map speaks for itself, right? You don't have enough indoor fitness or recreation spaces. So sometimes when you see the survey results, you think, is this somebody's perception or is this a reality on the ground? Sometimes people don't know things exist, and so they think we don't have those, and thus we have a need. In this case, what you saw in the survey What you saw in the level of service and now what you see on the maps all track. The community says we have an unmet need. The level of service shows from a quantity standpoint you do, and now the maps show the gap in access as well, right? So those are all the different ways we triangulate before we make any recommendations to you. So that leads to the capital improvement plan because, of course, this is going to cost, and you need to better understand that, and I'm going to have Doug speak about that.
Great. So what we've done with the capital improvement plan, we did look through the CIP you just approved with projects. So everything you're to see in here is part of that. This first page here is a summary. You have the most funding sources of any city I've worked with your DIFs and your CFDs, which is great. So you can see that the projects included on here, these are planned projects that are funded. So there is a funding source attached to it. You'll see at the bottom it says parks. There's $17.8 million planned for that. It's mostly Stewart Park and then the new Nicholas and Palmer Park, along with the sports park and going in. And then we have trails on this particular part. There's no funded trail improvements. There's about $224,000 in funded facility improvements. The next page is planned future. So these are things that we've identified as part of this plan that are not tied to a funding source yet, but they are things we're recommending. So we've got things at most of the parks there. You see Three Rings Ranch, the Forge. You can see all the parks that are there. About $16.4 million, and then about $600,000 in trail planning using the SCE easements, which you're very fortunate to have to get some of that trail gaps that Neely was talking about. And then these are projects we've added. This is another thing we've done for the first time with Beaumont is actually completed projects. You've been pretty aggressive over the last 5 or 6 years in getting things done. So we wanted to be able to show you that. So you've completed close to $15 million in park projects and about $55,000 in facilities. So this will then, there's an action plan tied to this that you can see in the back of the report. Every time we complete a project, we change the coding and it goes into a different column. So you'll be able to see this number grow as time goes on.
And then beyond the physical infrastructure, right, this is really the roadmap for the future. And so in working with the staff, looking at, and this was tremendous, we had the entire team, all the maintenance park staff were fully engaged all day long, and it wasn't for the food, I promise. We were just that engaging. But they all contributed to help co-create this. So this is not Doug or the consultant sitting in a room coming up with some things. This is staff spending all day iterating on this, building on this to come up with what you're about to see as well. So these were the core values. They said, this is what we want to have guide our actions going forward: teamwork, innovation, inclusion, and service excellence. Here's how we intend to implement the plan. Here's how we intend to go about what we do. In terms of the mission, right, clearly a little bit of a tip of the hat to where you are. That's the word elevate, right? I said, okay, this is uniquely Beaumont. This resonates. And it comes down to community. At the end of the day, what they do is help create a sense of community. So in the simplest way, we've seen too many mission statements which are word salads. Everybody sees 3 words they like. They look wonderful on a wall behind you. Nobody remembers it. So the idea was, can we have somebody who's a 30-year veteran or a part-timer joining for the first time in their first ever job? Can they all know the mission? Because if they know it, then they will live it. And so that's really where this came about, is this focus on brevity and succinctness, and simply to say, what do we exist to do? We exist to elevate community. In terms of the mission, looked at some of these areas, right? It's parks with purpose. We're doing everything with an intentionality. It's recreation with heart, and it's community, back to the same thing at the core. So there's a constant thread as you think in terms of the values, to the mission, to the vision, where all of these overlap, keeping the community, keeping people first, focusing on passion, focusing on intention and inclusion, and doing it in ways that hasn't been done before with innovation as well. So that leads to what we would call the big moves. Ultimately, as you all look at this and say, as an outcome of this plan, what are some of the major things we can look back in 5 and 10 years and say, yep, we did this, right? And so from that standpoint, we're not saying go build a new center, right? The idea always is you want to look at doing a feasibility study to see, does this make sense? Who can you partner with? Do you own the land? Where can it possibly go? What could it look like as well? What is the additional staffing and operating requirements, etc.? And if it does make sense, then proceed with that as well. If it doesn't, then don't. Obviously, you look at how much acreage you need as well. So what does that land acquisition plan look like as well? So there's an intentionality, This is an elephant. You're going to have to eat it one bite at a time. This is a 10-year vision as well. It's not something to do overnight, but these are things that, as you have been doing over the years, to continue to work towards as well. Obviously, trail connectivity, as you saw, is a huge priority. So 0.5 mile of trail every year for the next 10 years is going to get you to that goal of 5 miles that we had as well. A lot of the existing infrastructure will continue to age. You saw what people mentioned in terms of their priorities. They want you to also take care of what you have. So that's where sustainability and modernization of new parks and facilities, with technology, with esports, with AI, with augmented virtual reality, all the rest, how can your facilities keep up with all those advances too? And then ensuring that as your community diversifies and changes, are your programs and offerings reflecting that? Are you continuing to, just like you've done with this plan, engage the community, so not just the loudest voices, but every voice that wants to be heard has an opportunity to be heard, right? So this, in a nutshell, is 2 years of all of that in about 20 minutes, and these 5 major recommendations are what you can look at and say, if we do these things, then you truly have captured the essence of both the will and the input of the community, as well as what future trends are, and ensuring it aligns with your values and your priorities for the future. So with that, just want to say thank you for the time and the opportunity. You have an absolutely stellar team, and it's been a privilege to work with all of you. So thank you, and open to questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, open it up for council comments. Councilmember White? Councilmember Martinez?
I'm stretching. Just a quick question. So as I was looking for specific narrative for the assessment scores by park, and the only thing I found was just general comment. Is I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
You mean a written narrative for each individual park? There is a, we have the scores, so you saw those.
Yeah, so that's what my question is, like for this park got 1.1 on access and connectivity.
Right.
But it doesn't say why.
We do have some notes we can pass on, but I don't think they got put into the appendix.
Yeah, if you could do that,
Sure.
because I've seen the
yeah.
general of what's in that category, but it'd be kind of nice to see.
Yeah, and we have notes for all that. We can do that.
All right,
No problem.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, thank you guys for this. I think that this council has really prioritized parks and continues to prioritize them. And it's nice to see the totality of what's being done, what has been done, and where we have improvement opportunities. One thing I liked as I was reading through there is the attention to advanced, beginner, intermediate within our programs. It's not necessarily something I think about often, but I do think as I'm selecting how I'm going to run on the iFit, I like to hit intermediate. So, maybe there's an opportunity there. What I was hoping to see on some of this, and maybe it's buried kind of in there, but based off of each park, is there recommendations for restrooms? Is there recommendations for what should be built in there? I assume that's in there, but.
It is. If you look into the appendix under the capital improvement program, there's the action plan, which has every single park listed and what we're doing, what we're proposing to do there. And that can be added on to as well as we go forward. So it's an Excel sheet that Doug has, and we can work with you continually on adding pieces to that, so.
Great, I think that was definitely something. I went all the way through it, but did not go to the appendices and see what happens. That's what I should have done. The other thing I wanted to ask is, does Olivewood have any, I saw that we kind of had a desert in that area where Olivewood is. Is that development has parks but will not become the city's until?
So there was a discussion in the beginning with our consultants, and we do have some parks that are not ours. They are operated by the HOAs, and then we have some parks and trails that are behind gates. And so if you're familiar, Four Seasons has great park walking trails, but the community can't go in there, right? And so we had a long discussion about that, and we didn't want to skew those numbers because when we presented this to the community, it would make it look like there's more than they have access to.
Right.
So Olivewood is one of those as a closed community.
And you're making financial decisions on this plan based on the overall community, not just for that one neighborhood.
Sure.
So we do exclude those out just to make sure that it's fair for the community.
Understood. I think when you're looking at a map in general,
Yeah,
it
right.
kind of provides, those communities do have access for those that live there, but as you're mentioning, the public doesn't. The only, I think, I had one other thing. Let me look through my notes. The walking trails. I love the idea of developing the Edison easement. That is definitely an eyesore at times throughout the city and a big piece of access for our community. So I think there are a lot of people that cut through there. I like to ride the scooter there sometimes. There's a lot of stink bugs that Addie likes to squish as we're going through there. But it's a great opportunity for us and really is going to provide the walking trail I think that we need and access that the community currently utilizes. And will elevate that area and elevate the community. See, I like that.
There you go. You got it. You got
It's
it.
nice and easy. So great job. I really appreciate this, and I like the direction in which it's going. The only thing with the easement is remember the lighting.
I know. We're working with them. We're working
And when you
with
create
Edison.
walking spaces, you create a safety issue. So I just want to make sure that we keep that cognizant as we move forward as well. with alternative lighting and whatnot, since we can't go very high with lighting in that area. And that's it for me. If nothing further, I can go ahead.
We're good?
I got a quick question. Thank you. With the feasibility study for the potential community, additional community center, do they look into what types of services would be offered there, and therefore that dictates the building and so forth?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Part of it is you don't want to be duplicating what you have, you want to be complementing as well, right? So the idea would be identifying market trends going forward. 10 years ago when we were working in Carlsbad, we had people show up to a meeting like this with paddles. I had no idea what that was. Now it's the fastest growing sport in the country, right? I don't know what the next pickleball might be. I hazard it's another sport called paddle. If you haven't seen paddle tennis, it's the world's pickleball, and there's two people that now promote it. They're called Leo Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, if you've heard of any of them. Anyways, my point being, whatever might happen as well, cricket's now in the Olympics in LA 28 for the first time. So the idea is ensuring that there's topicality in kind of trends, community profile and program needs, as well as in the absence of those being provided. Then based on those, look at what kind of space requirements do you have. Then based on that, look at what kind of staffing and operating needs you would have as well, and what kind of partners can you bring to the fore. All of that then gets translated into some sort of a spatial, very high-level spatial design to say if these needs, with these trends, with this market gap, is translated into a physical space, here's where it could go, here's what it could look like, and here's what it will cost to build and operate as well, and here's the level of cost recovery you can have. Based on that, you can then make the decision that, yep, we're willing with this level of financial support you may have to provide in terms of operations, or bring in partners, sponsors, etc., or no, and then based on that, you then go to the community and other funding sources externally.
Okay, so thank you.
If nothing further, I will move to adopt the Parks and Community Services Master Plan as presented.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That'd be great.
Yeah,
That's right.
all right.
Item J4, approval trustee requisitions, requisition 004 for reimbursement of bond proceeds in the amount of $5,888,636.70. Ms. Jennifer Eustachian.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again, council. Tonight, we're requesting council approval of trustee requisition 004 for the reimbursement of completed public improvement costs totaling $5,888,636.70 to Tri-Point Homes. The reimbursement is related to Community Facilities District 2016-3, for which the city approved an acquisition agreement on May 2nd, 2023, and a subsequent amendment on March 18th, 2025. The amendment authorized issuance of special tax bonds not to exceed $7.5 million to fund eligible public infrastructure improvements. TriPoint Homes submitted a formal reimbursement request on May 8th of 2025, which includes verified facility costs and development impact fees. These reimbursements are consistent with both the settlement agreement dated February 7th, 2017, and the terms of the acquisition agreement and bond indenture. As outlined in the city's 2019-003 restated bond accounting policy, all requisitions must be reviewed and approved by City Council before submission to trustee. Approval tonight will authorize the city manager to sign requisition 004 for final processing. This item has no impact on the city's general fund. The reimbursement is fully funded through special taxes collected within CFD 2016-003. Staff recommends approval of requisition 004 and authorization for the city manager to sign and transmit the document to the trustee for disbursement. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll open up for council comments or motion. Councilor Martinez?
No, I was just going to do a motion if we had no questions.
Doesn't look like we have any questions.
All right, then I'll make a motion to approve the city manager to sign requisition 004 to send to the trustee for the disbursement of bond proceeds to the city of Beaumont for reimbursement of costs to TriPoint Homes, i.e. SD Inc.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Brings us to item J5, Public Works Agreement for the construction of Cougar Way and Beaumont Avenue traffic signal upgrades. Mr. Vestal.
Thank you, Mayor. So staff is recommending to award a Public Works agreement to PTM General Engineering for the construction of Cougar Way and Beaumont Avenue, a traffic signal upgrade. This is where we'll replace the existing 5-section doghouse with a yield on yellow that matches the Brookside. It's a far superior signal for both vehicles and pedestrians crossing the street. The city advertised this in accordance with all applicable codes. We based it on the base bid and identified the lowest responsive bidder, who in this case was PTM General Engineering. Once we identified the lowest responsive bidder, we started negotiating the additives. And just for a brief update or a brief refresh on additives, when we bid a project and we're unsure about what the bids are going to come in, we'll kind of identify the base bid where we think this is the absolute minimum of the project needs to be for us to move forward. And then once we receive those bids, and then we'll add in what's called additives. So in this case, we had 2 additives. This is if the base bid is competitive and fared well, the city received good bids, we'll add in these additives to fully utilize the budget. So this is what happened in this case. We awarded based on the base bid. They came in very well. We added 2 additives, which will enhance this intersection for future smart technology that you'll be receiving a presentation on soon. So staff is recommending that the total contract amount for this project be, forgive me, $274,067. The base bid was $176,000, and the 2 additives combined to be approximately $90-something thousand. So with that, staff is free for any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Council have any questions or comments? Councilmember White?
Why am I leaving my line on that?
I don't know. That's my question, but that's,
I'm good.
okay. Oh, only one question is, because it's a public works comment, we're required to take the lowest responsible bidder, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And then this time we in the bid, we explicitly stated it'll be based on the base bid. So our identifying the lowest responsive bidder is exclusively on the base bid, and then we were able to negotiate the additives.
Thank you.
All right, well then, if no further discussion, my child is very passionate about this turn lane. She tells me about it every day and how the light is too long. So I will move to approve the recommended action, including the contingency as noted in the agenda.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. As long as we have her approval, I'm happy. Item J6, Highland Springs Avenue painted median adjustment. Mr. Vestal.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I get my, there we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
There we go.
So city staff has received several complaints about Highland Springs, just in general. But at the.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm shocked. I'm glad I'm sitting down.
But during one of the coffee with the mayor, one of the residents indicated a specific concern with the Food for Less coming out of Food for Less on the Highland Springs. Their initial request was to provide a keep clear signage and striping in front of there. So staff initially proceeded with analyzing that intersection for a keep clear, and it was determined that even a keep clear would not increase the safety and efficiency of that intersection. If you look at the inset on the image that I show, it'll highlight why it's not practical even to have a keep clear. A person making a left-hand turn out of that commercial center would have to cross a minimum of 4 to 5 lanes, and realistically, they're crossing 6. 3 in one direction and 3 in the opposite direction, which is not ideal on any situation. So to resolve this issue and really make Highland Springs in the lowest hanging fruit possible more efficient, staff looked at closing off that intersection and making the Food for Less. It serves more than Food for Less, but I think that's just what it's commonly referred to. Making the Food for Less intersection a right in, right out. So in order to do that, staff would have to restripe the median on Highland Springs, use some delineators to preclude, incentivize people, not just crossing the yellow line. Two of the other benefits in doing that is the left turn pocket on 6 northbound Highland Springs to westbound 6 increased significantly. And then also Joshua Palmer, the southbound Highland Springs onto eastbound Joshua Palmer doubled its length. I don't believe Joshua Palmer has a left turn issue. However, it offers some additional capacity. 6th Street, Highland Springs, turning on 6th Street absolutely does have a capacity issue. So this will allow a safe storage of vehicles and help but not resolve the issue. So with that, that concludes my presentation. The request is that council authorize staff to make this change. Staff has been in contact with the city of Banning. Their public works director and city engineer is in full agreement with this, and I believe pending an unfavorable result tonight, they will present to their council or update their council on June 10th. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Thank you.
No, he
I'm going to
doesn't.
take another chance, but I'm going to go with Mr. White.
You really think I missed the opportunity to quiz Robert?
Sure.
Okay. What did you mean by pending approval? Or you said pending non-approval?
I think he meant approval.
If you deny it, I don't think it'll move forward with banning.
Okay.
Approve, it'll go to them.
Okay. I think I have more, but I'll wait.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
I want to say thank you for this. I got my new car in 2017, and I had a pristine driving record until then, and this is where my accident occurred. So it is the only accident I have on my record, and it is here where I was making a left into the Food for Less driveway. I see it, I drive this every single morning and every single day on my way home, and I think that this is an excellent solution. So thank you for coming back and re-looking at it, because for years I think we've all tried to figure out the best option there. And it is a safety issue. I see accidents there almost every day. This is also a highly trafficked area for our unhoused population. And there are very little crosswalks in this area as well. So we can prevent the jetting of other traffic there. I think this does increase safety overall, whether you're driving or walking through this area. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do agree that the overall safety is, of course, the main concern. There's going to be some inconvenience involved, and we'll hear about that. But I think as long as we promote that the safety is our main priority, I think eventually people will understand. Couple of quick things. Number one, are we communicating with those large commercial Food for Less data and so forth? It's going to obviously impact their shipping. Shipping will have to go up and go up to 6th Street and come in. So I just want to make sure that we're doing a positive, proactive, hey, this is coming, prepare your drivers, this is what you have to do, maybe come in from the other way instead of coming off Highland Springs. Second of all, I was going to mention delineators, so thank you for having that forethought. And then timing of the signal. So I'm assuming that's a part of the package, because with that big of a lane, it's going to take more to get those cars through. So I'm assuming that's a part of your vision, is to talk about that timing, making a left onto 6th.
Well, it is now.
Okay, thank you, because it wouldn't make sense. I mean, if we don't increase that timing, then, you know, we're going to have a backup and so forth.
I'd like to add a comment to that. The same volume of vehicles are moving through that intersection. So I have STC, excuse me, an on-call traffic engineer reviewing that intersection, or will be reviewing that intersection precisely for the timing of that. I do not anticipate significant changes there, though. What they're going to focus on is the efficiency. So one of the things that happens, and this is just a big picture, I don't want to get into the weeds, but if we increase the timing for one phase, you are arbitrarily, maybe not arbitrarily, but you are picking winners and losers. If you increase the timing for just this left-hand turn movement, you are delaying the other eastbound 2 movements and also the through movements that are waiting while the left turn movements occur. So I just want to season it with, we'll absolutely make sure it's the most efficient timing we can at this time.
Let me counter, if I may, with the fact that also we have to consider the commercial vehicles, because we're not using commercial vehicles to make that left now because they're cutting in. So now you're going to have more trucks backed up there. And I want to make sure when you're looking at that study, you're at least accounting for that, because that's going to make a significant difference. And that's why I brought the timing issue up, is because those big trucks are going to be significant now, because it takes longer for them to get in and so forth.
We did send letters as well to the commercial development. We initially requested them to remove the left-hand striping. We didn't hear back from them. Then we sent another letter stating that the city intends to remove their striping, and we did not hear back from them as well. However, we spoke with legal, and the city has the full right to increase safety and prevent conflicting striping, so that the city is protected in implementing the striping. However, we will continue to perform outreach to make sure it goes well.
We'll send economic development staff out there.
Great. Okay, that's all. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robert.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you guys paying attention to this as well. I do have a question, though, in terms of the striping itself. Is it just painted asphalt that we're dealing with, or is there going to be any type of like those glued down round bumps that go along the path? And the reason why I mention it is I live off of Oak Valley near the freeway, and that big red painted thing in the street that says "Don't turn left," people ignore that and they drive over it anyway. And then, in looking at the new proposed turns, painted turn arrows, on page 1634 of the agenda, they show a turn arrow, and it looks like you can still turn right into that driveway entrance with where that arrow was at.
Got it.
So just the thought of, is it going to be in a way that people know, hey, it's a double yellow, I shouldn't be turning, there's little bumps along, there. I don't want those funny looking PVC posts or whatever down through there. Is that what it's going to be? Okay. All right.
That's what we're proposing.
All right. Okay. So then I understand if that's there, then that'll stop it. I missed it, so I apologize. But I was just afraid it was just going to be painted stuff only, and people just drive right over it and not pay attention to it.
Yeah, so we can look at the large truncated domes. The problem with that is the paddles are far more visible than those domes are. And I'll look at it.
Okay.
I'll give you that. I'll look at it.
And as long as if we have them, if we maintain them, so you don't have like 3 or 4 missing at a time, and it looks kind of shoddy. All right, thank you.
I, on the other hand, like the big plastic orange thing sticking out of the ground. PVC, the pool noodles or, I appreciate this. I like this. Obviously, the only way to fix Highland Springs is to increase the capacity, which is going to cost millions and millions of dollars and take forever. So we've got to be smarter with what we do, and I think this is, a wise person once told me this. So this is a way to increase the efficiency without the expense of increasing capacity. So I appreciate that. Councilmember White.
Were you here when we closed off the left-hand turn lane on Highland Springs?
I was, but I want to season that with, I was the executor.
Okay.
Or the executed.
Which one did we close down?
The one that turned into the gas station, if you're going south on the.
Mobile gas station?
Yeah. So, because we got a blessing from our neighbors, and then not too long after that, we started getting complaints. The gas station guy said we cut off his business, and we did it without Banning's approval. So I just want to make sure that we remember that when we try and do this one here. But I agree, I think it makes sense to do it.
All right, with no further ado, I will move to authorize city staff to adjust the painted median along Highland Springs Avenue, south of 6th Street, to eliminate left turn ingress and egress from the commercial center intersection.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
I was just gonna, did we get a number on the price on that, or? I don't think.
It's just to approve it right now.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to item J7, adopt a list of projects funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act for fiscal year 25-26, capital improvement R26-01. Mr. Robert Vestal.
Yeah, so thank you. Your principal engineer with CIP will present. I just wanted to have one slide
But he didn't want it?
He'll go over the streets. Yeah, so Dustin will go over the streets, but I just wanted to focus real quickly on how these projects are funded. Because we have a future item in the near future that will discuss the pavement management plan. And in that presentation, you're gonna learn a lot about the status of our streets. But the ultimate goal is going to be what council wants to do. If council wants to change the way we fund these projects by increasing it or decreasing it, if they're satisfied. So I just wanted to take this project and really highlight the funding sources. So this is your fiscal year 26 street project. You're looking at a pie chart of the proposed funding. It is primarily funded through SB1 and Measure A, and additionally CFD funds. So SB1 and Measure A combined to be about 54% of the project. Prior to 2023, the council had supplemented SB1 and Measure A with general funds. Jennifer Eustachian, the finance director, loves to say no to Public Works all the time. So she actually found that in the CFD, there's some maintenance funds for street rehabilitation, street maintenance. So she replaced the general fund with CFD funds, which is why you no longer see general funds being applied to this annual street project. Additionally, what you don't see is DIF. DIF is not part of the annual street rehabilitation because it's not capacity increasing. It is solely through like grant funding, as you see here, and then also the gas tax. So in the pavement management plan in the future, and I don't want to discuss that too much, I just want to give you a brief insight. You know, it's going to demonstrate that the quality of the city streets based on our current funding and whether the city wants to increase funding or decrease funding or kind of maintain that. So anyway, thank you for that. And then Dustin's going to take over from here.
Sure. Thank you, Robert. If you want to bring up the presentation again. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think Robert covered the hard part, so this is the easy part. As you guys are all very aware of our annual streets and maintenance projects, so this, in particular, the SB1 funding is what requires us to adopt a list of projects that will be going out. So we're a year in advance here. These are the projects that are going to be going next summer. That will be funded in part by SB1, as Robert explained. So the projects that we're going to, just to go through the list, these streets that we're looking at here were developed but using the pavement management plan that Robert mentioned, that you guys will be seeing very shortly in an upcoming council meeting. We'll be presenting that. And so that took into account conditions of roads and helped prioritize the streets that you're seeing here. So this particular project that will be going next year has about 9 miles of roads. You'll see here these roads in Fairway Canyon and Tournament Hills, Tuckwit and Champions. And then next slide. Do I have control over it or? Oh, no. Okay. We'll just fly through them real quick. A short piece of Hannon and Union here. And then next slide. This is the area of the town center. So these streets, again, coming out of the pavement management plan, mostly based on conditions of the streets. And then 2 more slides. The next slide is Sundance. So these are the areas of Sundance that we'll be covering with these funds. And then the last piece on the final slide is a section of Highland Springs. So again, this project is anticipated to begin construction May of 2026. And the SB1 funding requires that the city adopt the list of projects funded by SB1. Subsequently, staff has recommended recommending that the city council waive the full reading and adopts by title only a resolution of the city council of the city of Beaumont to adopt a list of projects for fiscal year 25-26 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. And this concludes my presentation, and staff is here for any questions.
I just have one additional comment on Highland Springs. It is a mill and overlay. We've reached out to the city of Banning, and they are tentatively interested in partnering with the city for Highland Springs. So we're showing half, but it is a very high likelihood that Banning will do the same. Under our project, it'll be our project, and we'll enter an agreement with Banning to do the full width of Highland Springs for the portion shown.
Nice. Okay, Nicole, do we have any questions on this item?
I
Public
have
comment?
no written comments. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so with that, I'll bring it over to council comments. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to, I think it was the second one with Hannon and Union, are the sections that are not done at the top because they are in county area? That's an assumption I'm making.
Yeah, and actually, half of Union and half of Hannon is in the county too. So we're currently reaching out to the county to see if they want to partner with us. But if they do not, unfortunately, the city will only pave within our limits.
Thank you.
Councilmember Finn.
Yes, from the funds from the CFDs, are those from the services CFD? And my main question is there any restrictions with those CFD funds that they have to be used within certain neighborhoods?
Yeah, I can answer that. So it is from the maintenance. A part of the rate and method of apportionment has a piece that kind of goes to cost of maintaining the roads. So that is how we kind of program that into the streets program. There is no specific timing, but you have to remember that they are levying taxes on property owners for these pieces and maintenance and things like that. So we appropriate them as we're doing that to make sure that we are continuing to improve and make the requirements what the residents would expect.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember White.
Yeah, you, Jennifer. My question was sort of along the similar lines. The CFD funds can be spent, the CFDs before 2016 were all the, 195. The funds raised from those CFDs, I understand, can be spent in any of the CFDs that are all part of that. It doesn't it's not area specific. But after 2016, we stopped doing that area specific CFDs. We had just individuals. So is there a problem with those 2016 and after CFDs?
There's not. We ran that through with our CFD consultant who has narrowed it down. And what he's done is when he allocates the maintenance budgets is he is purposely putting in there for a different amount for each and every specific CFD. Those dollars then get pulled into the maintenance component where that can be pulled for the different projects. Okay. Where you have to make sure you're putting it in the certain areas are for your facilities components.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for you, Robert. So we're approving these, if we approve these streets to be part of the plan, they will be repaired, upgraded, whatever, when?
Ideally, June of 2026.
Okay. I believe we told the people in Solera that Golf Club Drive would be done next year because they know we approved it a year ago, but is that still going to be done?
Yeah, so that's actually out to bid on our 2025 project, and it'll start construction probably within a month.
Bids come back tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
you'll
next
be
week.
receiving that project soon, within a few weeks.
So when will Golf Club Drive start getting construction? Because I know I'm going to get a call as soon as this.
Sure. As soon as you approve it, about 10 to 15 days after that council. So I don't know if it's not slated for the June 17th. It'll be on the July, maybe the first, that we're not meeting the first one. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be worked on next year, right?
No, this year.
Okay.
This summer, yeah.
Okay.
In a couple months.
Any other questions or motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont to adopt a list of projects for fiscal year 25-26 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Yeah, take a 5-minute recess, 5 or 10,
When do you want to come back?
depend. We'll come back.
9:15? I have 9:04.
Brings us to item J8, acceptance and execution of the Potrero Extension Benefit Area Reimbursement Agreement. Robert Vestal, up again.
Hey. All right.
Gift that keeps on giving.
So this agreement is in association with the Potrero Extension Benefit Area. That study is underway by Fair and Peers and Mark Thomas. Mark Thomas has finished the horizontal alignment study for this, the Potrero Extension Benefit Area. They are working on the Nexus study. We anticipate receiving that in approximately 6 weeks. The agreement that's in here is to cost share in that Nexus study. The Nexus study, if you recall, is roughly $252,000. There are approximately 4 developments that the city has identified as potential cost shares. The agreement attached to the staff report is signed by Beaumont Heights. However, the agreement is really designed to encompass or have all of them participate as they come, as they agree. The city is continually reaching out to them to gain their participation in this cost share. So what you're approving tonight is really the reimbursement agreement. I guess more to form, and then authorizing the city manager to continue executing those agreements as the additional developments kind of agree to participate. So with that, staff, concludes my presentation. Sorry, staff, if you have any questions for staff, I'm available.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Any, open up for council comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem White.
I guess I will ask the question. If the others don't agree, where do we land with this? So
If they don't agree, then we will be funding the rest of the study. We have verbal agreements, but until they sign, obviously, it's not a commitment. We have met with all 4. There is one project that we'll need to meet with again. They still have some questions. But conceptually, the other 2 projects have said that they're in agreement with the concept of a reimbursement.
well, when is the deadline? I mean, I guess the city's paying for it up front, and then they're reimbursing us. So really, that would just continue until it was paid back.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I first just like the fact that you're forward-thinking and trying to address the traffic issues ahead of time, make sure that we get these projects done right that are coming in. So this is just these developers agreeing to participate in this. This is not credit against DIF or Road and Bridge or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are no acceptance, entitlements, I guess commitments from the city inferred or implied in this agreement. Is just them understanding and appreciating having a nexus study and then ultimately a funding mechanism at the next step for these improvements.
Okay, thank you very much.
Real quick.
Councilmember White?
All we're approving, or all they are approving to do is to kick in for the study, right?
That is correct.
If there are no other questions, I'll make a motion to approve the reimbursement agreement with Potrero Extension Benefit Area developers and authorize city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Brings us to item 9, consideration of expanding the military's banner program to include veterans and review a suggested donation amount. Miss Julie Van Hook.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In response to increased public interest, I'm here tonight to seek direction on two proposed updates to the city's military banner program. The first one being expanding that to veterans, and the second would be revising the donation model. Just to give you a little bit of background on the program, it was developed in 2019. And it currently serves only active duty service members. And so you guys have probably seen that throughout the city. On Beaumont Avenue and Oak Valley Parkway, we have personalized banners displayed with the service person's photo, their name, and the branch that they are serving in. Including veterans would broaden the program's impact and also align that Beaumont with those of other larger cities that include veterans. And so that's the city of Corona, city of Marietta, and the city of Riverside, all of which have veteran-specific options. Also included in tonight's proposal is the recommendation of updating the funding model. So as it currently stands, right now the city accepts a $250 donation. It's not a fee, so it's an optional part where the banner sponsor could offset the city's funds and their expense of that banner. And the banner cost right now is close to $500. And so even with that donation, it's still around only 50%. And the city is responsible for replacing any banners that are torn or weathered due to weather. And so tonight's proposal, we're suggesting to close that gap and require a one-time sponsor fee equal to 50% of the banner costs, with the remainder subsidized by the city. And so essentially how it would be, so rather than a donation, it would be a fee. And so this would be folded into the city's broader donation and sponsorship program for consistency if the council supports this recommendation. And so after council discusses and approves, I can return with a more formalized policy for consideration tonight. That is all I have, and open for any comments or feedback, questions.
Thank you, Julie. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll open up for council comments. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, big thank you to staff, and I'm honored. I think it's a great idea, and I appreciate council's support with everything they do with the veterans as well. But I do have a question. What if we get overwhelmed with requests? We have a lot of veterans that live in town, especially with our 55 and older neighborhoods. Do we have a contingency plan for that, or?
Right, I think I would include that in the policy and probably the rollout when I come back. I think that's a legitimate concern. We do have a lot of veterans here.
We could get thousands.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be great if we did. We may not, but just there's the potential for that once it starts to see it and get out there, and it could grow and grow and grow.
Right.
I think it'd be cool, but are we going to be ready for it? You know?
Right. And so some of the options that other cities have is they have it up for a moment in time. So during the Veterans Day celebration, like the month of November through December, and then they take it down. So that's one option, right? So we can circulate. And I can propose other options too in the next staff report out to council. And you guys can see what you like.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. So in terms of the sponsorship program, so I know we have, like, for our canine programs and stuff, people can donate for that program. Is this similar concept where we can get people to donate to support veterans banners, so that if somebody wants to, or active military wants to, and they can't afford the $250, we have a backup to help still offset our costs?
Yes. So yes to both of those questions. So I think we would establish that in the sponsorship and donation policy that anyone can donate to it. And I think in the policy I'll propose, we'll probably have some language in there that with like the subsidizing of that. So I'll propose that and give you guys some options.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay, I support that, so thank you.
Good. Councilmember White?
This one's a little difficult for me. So let me ask you a couple questions. How many banners do we have currently? Do you know?
Sure, 77.
Okay. And how does that work as far as how long are they up? How do we know when to take them down? What's the rules on that?
So as it stands right now, it's for active duty, right? And it's up for the duration of their service. So every 2 years, we reach out, and then we determine whether or not they're still active duty. And so just to give you an example, in the last fiscal year, We removed 5, so 5 were no longer active duty, and of course, they were interested in how else we can honor, right? Like having a veterans component to it.
And my concern with that is when we did those, I thought it was a great idea because families and friends are missing people who are active duty. And so I have a couple of my concerns are what's the term on the veterans? In other words, is it, because they're a veteran for their whole life. I also worry that it will detract from what our original idea was. And I think I get a sense of pride when I drive by and see those kids up there. And I'm thinking, I just think that this would dilute or detract from what we're doing there. You did mention that other cities are doing veterans, but the cities you mentioned were all very large cities.
That's right.
There were no small cities that are doing veterans as well. So I'm not sure that I'm in a big favor of this. I really think we should be showing and honoring the kids that are away from their families, away from their friends. And I think we do, as was evidenced tonight and has been evidenced for the 10 years I've been on council, we do a lot for our veterans. And I don't think it would be a diss not to do it for the veterans, but I would like to keep this to be active duty only at this point. I'm open to someone convincing me otherwise.
I'll convince you.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yeah, was there thoughts and ideas around the expansion and where they would be placed at? Is there a way to designate a veterans row and an active duty row, for lack of better terms?
Totally, yes. So that could be a suggestion that I put in the policy, is that we do designate after this discussion, right? If that's the desire of council, we could do that.
Or is there maybe a potential blend that we could look for where maybe during, like you said, the month during November for where there's Veterans Day, that we change those out to veterans, and then for the rest of the year, we do active duty? I don't know, just looking.
I like that idea.
Okay.
It gives us an opportunity to find kind of like a blend, and then we're still supporting them at the same time. Maybe it's a different fee, so the fee for that month would be less, and we could rotate those out.
That's a good
I
idea.
don't know, just a thought.
Yeah, I like the idea, and Councilmember White and Mayor Pro Tem Voigt bring up good points. I like that. You know, when we were doing the plaza, one of the things we had talked about was now with the waterproof monitors and things like that you can put, is the 2 areas that we have on the building. Wondering if there's a monitor that could go up there, maybe where veterans are showing during our events. Maybe that's an option of doing that where we're not diluting the other banners. Just an idea. But I do like the idea. Have we gotten any feedback or reached out to our VFW post to see what their thoughts were, or?
So I didn't reach out to them. I did speak to Jim Lillibridge while he was here waiting. And so they were completely supportive to help us in any way, whether that's to review a banner design or what have you. Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so I know we have a Veterans Park, but it's not much of a park. So I had the idea for a long time now, and I haven't been ready to bring it up, in council. But I have had the vision of changing one of our parks to a Veterans Park and starting type of honor for the veterans. It's not a memorial, because we have a memorial, but one of the parks changing from its name to a Veterans Park of some sort, and then kind of using that going forward to promote our veterans. Just an idea, because we're talking about alternatives. So if not that, then some other way perhaps that we can, again, I looked at the Veterans Park, and I really don't know why it's Veterans Park. So I don't really see, according to the size of it, where there's much to do on there. That's why I'd been thinking about one of the other parks to repurpose that into something of that nature. But that's something that we can talk about, and I can put on a future item later on the council. But I do, and it's difficult, because I think what happens with veterans a lot is we forget about them, and we do honor them. But I do like the banner idea with the veterans on there, but I can see your points on whether we have too much going unless we designate an area or have different color. You can have black and white for veterans, you can put color for active. You know, there's different ways you can do that as well. So these are just ideas. I'm sure this is gonna have to come back and have more discussion on it, but you know, I still need to have something for veterans somewhere. So however we decide we want to incorporate that, I think it's something we definitely need to look into. But my 2 cents.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, I appreciate the discussion and the stuff that's been shared, but perhaps another idea to consider is if we do a veterans for a limited time frame around Veterans Day, then maybe we line our parade route. And it's down Beaumont Avenue and then down to City Hall, and so forth. And if there's extra, maybe it runs a little westward on 6th. But perhaps if it's for a short period of time, it's in that particular area and that doesn't detract from the other ones that are out there. Just an extra thought. And
Yeah, good thought.
I like a lot of the different ideas that were shared, and I think if we do something, it's an honor, so I appreciate it.
Councilmember White?
Maybe, are there, where the parks are kind of going along the lines with Councilmember Martinez's discussion, I wonder if there's opportunity there on the streetlights or something like that. I don't know. That's not necessary though, but I like
That's another good idea.
I like the
Yeah.
idea of the parade route too. I do think that we have opportunity going
Yeah.
down Beaumont Avenue, but, all right.
So,
This was for direction, right?
no, it's, well,
Yeah,
to expand and then talk about the sponsorship, also the contribution one time, 50%. Are we good with that?
I just wanted to give council just a little bit more information on the idea about the parade route. The streetlights are only on the east side of Beaumont Avenue. All the poles on the west side are Edison power poles. And so that is something to consider when we're talking about the parade route. I don't want council to get the vision that it's gonna be both
Double lines.
sides, like when the Lions Club puts the flags out for the parade, it would be only one side, just something to keep in mind.
And I think I would support the contribution. I think the $250 for half of it seems reasonable to me, and I would support that for those trying to do
But
that.
I think that depends on the final solution, right? Whether or not we're going to go full-time or just 1 month
Right.
or that kind of thing.
Well, if I may.
So, well, maybe we have options brought back
Yep,
to see
Could
what.
do that.
Okay, are we good? So how do you want us to do this recommended action on this? Are you just looking for input so that you can come back with another?
I think we have enough ideas now that we can bring back some options for further discussion with council.
Okay.
Isolated area, parade route, get some concrete numbers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And sorry, Mayor, may I?
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
And I don't know if at that time you want to bring back some design ideas so that you don't have to come back again. That might be to try and make it as more as comprehensive as possible.
Good idea.
You say bring back design?
Yeah, no design.
Maybe we do tiles.
You guys just want me to decide
color
on the design?
palettes.
I'm just kidding.
Right.
Whatever happened
Brings
to
us
whatever happened to the tiles?
I don't even know where these tiles were. Where were these
They're
tiles?
done. They're
What were
done.
they? I don't even know what they were, where they were going.
Before your day.
They didn't go anywhere, and it
Where
might be a
were
good
they
reason for
supposed
that.
to
The truth, I still don't know.
How about we'll do item J10, donation of $30,000 to the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mayor. Every year, the Chamber of Commerce hosts the State of the City, and in essence, the mayor is and the city is invited. The mayor is the keynote speaker. The chamber does an enormous amount of work putting this event on. It is a fundraiser for them. They do make anywhere from I've seen $20, $25, $28,000 on this fundraiser. It is their major fundraiser. They hold a couple a year. We do help sponsor those, and we do attend those. What I am proposing for the 2025 event is to assume full responsibility of the state of the city. In talking to my counterparts in other cities, it's really a mix of whether or not the city hosts it or the chamber hosts it, or, sometimes service clubs host it. I think there's value in having the city host it. We have the bandwidth with the staff. We have the creativity and the talent, not that the chamber doesn't, but they are a small operation, and their executive director really works about 4 days a week, 3.5 days a week. So what I'm proposing is that the city donate $30,000 to the chamber, and we take over the entire event. We create the marketing materials, we do all the marketing, we solicit the sponsorships, we collect the sponsorships, we sell the tickets, we keep track of the registration list, we pay for the food and centerpieces and all the things that come with the State of the City event. We secure the venue. And in talking to the chamber, they are open to this concept. They still would like to remain a part of it as much as they can with their limited staff, but they are open to the concept of a donation from the city and the city taking over the event. And so with that, that is my recommendation. I've laid out a draft budget of what I believe the costs are. Some of this is already included in the adopted budget. And so I'm hopeful that if the total cost is roughly $88,000, and we collect the sponsorships and the tickets of about $50,000 with the $30,000 chamber donation, keep in mind that we already write them a $5,800 check, and so that $30,000 would in essence be reduced somewhat if council approves it. So the recommended action is to approve a one-time donation of $30,000 to the chamber and authorize staff to plan and host the 2025 State of the City event.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open up for council comments. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Elizabeth, I know this is one time, but is it going to be a test run, you think, for us? And then do we expect the city to take care of it from then on?
What we can do and what I would propose is after the event this year that we come back and we revisit it with council to see, kind of a debrief, what the pros and cons were, whether or not this is something the council wants to continue to do, and have that conversation as well with the chamber.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So is there an agreement, or will there be an agreement between the city and the chamber as to what they'll be doing? Or is this a one-time in lieu of that?
This is a one-time donation. We considered an agreement. There were some terms that didn't necessarily apply to this, like cross indemnification and insurance. We don't need any of that. It really just conceptually is continuing to support the chamber as we have for many, many years, and take this event from them without killing their revenue source for their budget.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's not duplication of services or confusion of who's doing what, or an assumption that something would be done and it didn't happen, blah, blah, blah. But
We would take the full responsibility, and then they would help in kind where they can.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? Motion?
I'll move to approve the one-time donation of $30,000 to the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce in recognition of their past efforts and support the economic development, and authorize staff to plan and host the 2025 State of the City event.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Brings us to item J, 11, Stewart Park Improvement Project Phase 2, Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Grant Update.
Thank you, Mayor. This item was discussed in part at the May 6th meeting, where I asked that it be pulled for further research and to get some of my questions answered so that I could give council as much information as possible. So I don't want to go too far back into history other than the council did approve the amendment. There is $3.1 million in the CIP. We did apply for a grant for the other 3.1. It was a matching grant. We were notified in October of '24 that we had been selected, and I want to make it clear that we have not been awarded the grant. We have been selected to move forward to the National Park Service, the federal agency who will be awarding the grant if we check all of the boxes between the state's selection and the federal award. I did meet with the state a couple weeks ago. I had several questions that they answered. They were all very polite and very supportive. The bottom line from that meeting, they want Stewart Park project to succeed. However, they are very concerned that the activity that is happening in Phase 1 is going to hinder our ability to actually get the award for the grant. They did ask me in that meeting if we had stopped work on the project, and I said, no, we have not. I'm taking a discussion to council on June 3rd, and I'll have an answer for you on June 4th. And there were some follow-up emails. We did get an email today. They received a copy of the staff report so that they're aware of the discussion that is happening tonight. The NEPA and Section 106 studies were sent to them on May 23rd. They have had those two, and they have asked to take 90 days to review those. And then from there, they would pass it on to the feds, and the feds would take approximately 90 days. That puts us, that puts us 6 months from tomorrow if council decides to shut down the project. That takes us to October. Historically speaking with this grant, the state has indicated that we would know as soon as September if we are awarded. And that would be by way of an agreement that we would have to sign. It could be as late as November of '25. Somewhere in that time frame, they would let us know if we are awarded. Their request is that the project stop until such time as the state and the feds can review the rest of the documentation. And then when the agreement is sent to us and we sign it, we then have permission to continue construction at that point. So until we get the agreement and until we sign it, we are not awarded. We reached out to the contractor, Act 1, and we asked them for a quote. What would the cost be if we shut down this job? Because there's maintenance of, and Robert can chime in on the things that contractors have to do to protect a current project without any movement on the project. Fencing, all of the things that have come so far that they would literally shut down. They would be responsible for, if they left equipment there, things like that, exposed conduit, all of that stuff. The quote came back at roughly about $285, so let's say $300,000. I shared that with the state. They understand that that's an additional cost. That would not be covered under the grant. Only work that has not commenced, they made that very clear, only work that is not commenced would be covered under the grant. The initial application for the grant is included in your packet. It clearly does say Phase 2 on it. The award of the Phase 1 contract was done in July of '24. We did not hear from the state until, again, October of '24, so we were well underway with Phase 1. I did ask them at some point during the meeting, I said, okay, I just want to make sure I understand your position. What I'm hearing is that we should have never started Phase 1. And they basically said, yes, that is what we're saying. They see the park as one project, and because there has been dirt that has moved, they want construction to stop until they can get caught up. I took the liberty of reaching out to our federal lobbyist and pleaded with him to get a hold of the National Park Service and request a meeting with them. He did that. Jamie Jones was here, and he did reach out to the National Park Service. We heard back from them yesterday. They do not have the staff available to meet with us, and they would prefer to meet with us with the state. I reached out to our state senator on Saturday, and I gave her our dilemma, and I asked for her support with moving this project forward and not delaying it any further than we have to. I did not get a chance to speak with Assemblyman Wallace on Saturday. I do not have a meeting yet with Senator Ochoa Bogue, although she did direct her staff to set one up for us. My request to the senator and to our federal lobbyist was, we've done the studies. This park is 80 years old. It's been turned over, demolished, rehabbed multiple times in those 8 decades. We just want our studies moved to the top of the pile. I don't see why it would take 90 days for one agency to review 2 studies and then another agency another 90 days. That's the request, is just move it to the top of the pile and let us move forward. And that's my report. I am recommending that council direct staff to stop construction effective tomorrow. The state very much asked for a date. I do want to say that the state is very supportive. They reiterated multiple times that although they believe the dirt has been turned, and that is a hindrance to the grant, they very much support us, and they want this park to succeed. They reiterated it again today in an email. They basically said, we really want to help you guys get this money, and we really want to help you guys succeed, but you must stop construction, and so I appreciate that. With that, that is my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll open it up for council comments. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just to clarify now, so we're fully funded for Phase 1.
Correct.
So if we were to pause with option 1 and then find out at some point it's not going anywhere, then depending on what we sign and stuff, let's just say your 280 is correct, then we would have to come up with another 280 to finish Phase 1.
Correct.
So we would at least get Phase 1 done regardless of the grant, if it didn't work out.
If for some reason
Right.
Phase 2 grant didn't work out.
Right, so we'd
Correct.
still get that. And then looking at Phase 2, if things fell apart and we have 3.1 already aside, our money, correct, because it was a matching thing.
Correct.
So we have that 3.1, so we'd have to come up with the difference between 4.3 or 7.2, whatever the new bid estimate is.
Right.
All right, okay, I just want to make sure I got that right. And, well, on the letter note, what is your internal mind as the ultimate trigger date? So let's say that you're looking at 6 months, and we're saying, okay, this isn't going anywhere, there's no sign that this is gonna work out, we need to pull back. Is that 6 month your time, or are you willing to push it a year, or does it depend on what the agreement is with the 280? So I'm trying to figure out our ultimate time. I am not confident that we're even going to have a National Park Service. With the way Washington's falling apart, I have no idea. So I'm not confident that that's going to work out. So this maybe is my pessimism, I don't know. But I'm just looking at the worst case scenario. So if we were to go to one, I just want to know at what point would you think about coming back and say, this isn't going to work?
I would say the drop dead date for us to reconsider Plan B would be November, but what I would propose is that we revisit this in September if council decides to stop construction. I think we revisit it in September, give staff time to meet with our senator and our assemblyman and our congressman if needed. Again, everything's done. We just need them to prioritize Beaumont above all the other. And for California, that's only 15 agencies. And I know there's other grants out there. I'm sure their workload is heavy, but we have checked all of the boxes. And the studies have shown that everything is.
So we're looking at a gamble of 280 to get 3.1, basically.
Exactly.
Basically, okay, thank you.
And delayed timeframe.
And the time frame, I think that's inevitable. It's the money now I'm looking at more to see what we're getting into. I think that's reasonable, though, to take that risk on option one, and that'll give us time to see what we can put in play. And by that time, we'll know if it's dead in the water, if it's not going anywhere, then we'll have to come back and say, well, we'll eat the 280 in this. We'll have to, because you talked about having to discuss pre-programming money and stuff if it came to that. Because I think we're all in agreement that that's a major project. It will be completed. I mean, it has to be completed, and we'll just have to move money around if we have to. But I'm willing to take the risk if we may be able to get things going. So I'm okay with option one, but that's my comments.
Councilmember White?
First of all, I want to thank you for the report. The timeline is very helpful. It answers a lot of questions that I had. I thought I understood what the agreement was, but then Councilmember Martinez brought up the agreement and the 280K. That's not, there isn't any, we're not asking for an agreement towards that. The 280 is what we're losing if we have to redo it, right? So
The 280 is an additional charge to phase one from the contractor to maintain the site while we put a pause on it.
Right, but the agreement's not going to get us that 280.
No.
Okay. And the agreement means, if we sign an agreement, that means that we've been approved for the grant.
Correct. The state very clearly said, when you sign the agreement, you can resume construction.
And when do you anticipate getting the documents or the report, whatever it is that you need, to the state for their first review?
They have it. They've had it since May 23rd.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So just a couple questions. On the 280, if we get, with any luck, get this expedited and say we can restart construction in 3 months, does the 280, just the
That
same?
would be reduced, correct, Robert? Yeah.
So it's proportional on the amount of length of time that we're down, sounds like.
Yeah.
I think that was based on 6 months.
Yeah,
Okay.
so overall, I think it would be proportional. There are certain items in there that would not be proportional.
Okay. And so with the additional cost, though, it sounds like the contractor is still abiding or willing to hold their contract price?
Yeah, that is correct. This contractor is very willing to work with the city of Beaumont.
That's great. Okay, that's really good news. All right, that's all I have. We have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we choose option one, pause all construction activity effective June 4th, 2025, and until such time as the city's executed agreement per OGALS staff.
I'll second. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Okay. See, I told you. Brings us to item K, legislative updates and discussion.
Sorry, there's no
It's okay.
update tonight.
All right. Item L, economic development update.
No economic development update.
Okay. Item M, city treasurer's report, which is attached in the, so it brings us to N, city clerk report.
No report.
Wow. City attorney report,
Nothing this evening.
city manager report.
A reminder, the Beaumont Chamber breakfasts are now on the first Wednesday of the month, so we will have one tomorrow. Summer movies are starting, we have pop-ups starting, Economic Development Committee coming up, Planning Commission coming up, and the Regency project went to Planning Commission on May 28th, and it will be coming to City Council on June 17th. Beaumont Nights will not be this week, that will continue June 12th. And we will have a City Hall ramp ribbon cutting ceremony on Monday, June 23rd at 3 p.m. This is the $400,000 that our Supervisor Gutierrez was gracious enough to give us to do all the City Hall ramps. That is his availability, and so we will have that ceremony with him as our guest and speaker, and that's all I have.
What day was that?
June 23rd at 3 p.m. It's a Monday.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to council reports. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped future agenda items.
Oh, okay.
My apologies. Any future agenda items? I had somebody approach me for one, I thought I would bring it up. It's a gentleman, a veteran, a Purple Heart veteran, and he really appreciated the fact that we have the Purple Heart parking spaces. Is it possible to add Purple Heart parking in our municipal code for commercial projects so that new commercial projects have one designated Purple Heart parking spot, or is that something worth looking at? Good. Yeah, can we add
As a
that?
future agenda item?
A future agenda
Okay,
item?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go, did you, anybody else have future agenda items? We're good? Council reports, Councilmember Finn? Sorry about that.
No, it's no problem. Thank you, Mayor. So this past few weeks, I attended Riverside Transit Agency's Finance and General Board meetings. We approved the annual budget. They also had an autonomous vehicle pilot, project launch, and their ridership continues to improve. They're up 8.9% compared to last fiscal year '24, so they're continuing to get more riders. I helped host the city's Memorial Day celebration, so I thought that was very nice. I attended the San Gregorio Pass Regional Water Alliance, and we had a presentation on the groundwater sustainability plan. I attended the Cherry Festival Parade, and we had our first meeting with our truck route 2x2x2 committee. And Ms. Voigt, did you want to report on that, or you want me to go for it? Okay. So what we presented and shared with the cities of Banning and Calamasa was, one is our current truck routes. We need to work on signage. We shared with them what the process is going to be on enforcing those truck routes and the actions that we need to do with State of California, I think it was. Okay, thank you. And then what our current CAP projects are related to traffic solutions. And so we'll probably meet on a quarterly basis. And so we had some good ideas shared back and forth, and we look forward to continue to work through that subcommittee. So that's my report for the evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Finn. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the Beaumont PD Awards. I don't think we had a meeting since that. So that went really well, and to all the PD that got awards, and thank you for Chief for everything that was done there, and staff, of course, and also the memorial ceremony. Very quick ceremony, but well done, of course. And I'll have updates on my meetings on the next council meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember White?
I did all the comments on the Cherry Festival parade and that kind of stuff. I also went and participated in the Breezing Through Beaumont, and I got third place in my age group. Don't ask the question my wife and kids have asked.
How many people?
Yes.
2?
4.
Oh, all right.
However,
Well, to finish.
however, I did get first in the city council member category.
Oh, that was coming.
I knew that was happening.
Hello.
That's all I have.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yes, absolutely. I was able to attend the economic development meeting that we had on May 14th. One thing to highlight in there, we were given a presentation by the students from the high school, and they created some incredible billboards for our incentive program. They were super creative. I hope it's something that we continue to push out with some of our incentives, and we encourage that participation from the digital media team that is there. They came in, they worked on their public speaking, and their billboards were honestly great. I think they're going to catch people. And oh, did you see the pie one? How about the one that says "We want you" with like Uncle? Are they all up? Have you seen them yet? As you're driving.
I've seen the pie, the pizza one, but that's make a call.
Yeah, there's one with Uncle Sam saying, "We want you for Beaumont," or choose Beaumont. I thought they were very creative. It was an excellent use of our students, and I really appreciated the effort that went into that. It was awesome to see. As you all have heard, on the 17th, I did not beat Councilmember White in Breezing Through Beaumont. I won't give you.
Or your 7-year-old daughter.
Or my 7-year-old daughter, which she also beat me in that one as well. We did have an animal 2x2 with the city of Banning, and the truck 2x2x2, as Councilmember Finn mentioned there. And then also went to the Dignity, or not the Dignity, the Dignitary event that they had at the Cherry Festival as well. I appreciated the collaboration for the Cherry Festival, that we had to make that happen this year. And I think it was an excellent event, and I am excited for what the future holds for it.
Excellent. Okay, yesterday I attended the WRCOG meeting. I just want to remind council and staff that the General Assembly is June 12th at Pechanga. That's coming quick. I attended the Citizens Academy graduation. The reason I mention that is because we had 20 graduates in that class, which is a high for that. That was done at Altus Community. Thought it was very well done. Attended the Memorial Day ceremony as well. I just want to give special thanks to staff for waiting as long as they did to try to get all the names that they could to put on the monument. That was great. I think there was 13 names that were added, haven't been added since I've been on council. So want to also thank Councilmember Finn for emceeing that short and sweet event. Was also in the Cherry Parade. And I did attend the Breezing Through Beaumont. I actually started the event, had been working out the trigger finger for a number of weeks, and it was successful. I don't want to toot my own horn. Oh, you see what I did there? Also, finally, I did attend the inaugural senior prom as titled A Night in Paris. That photo up there is proof that someone literally danced their shoes off. So it was well attended. There was 120 attendees. There were some from as far away as Palm Springs that had attended. So good job to the staff, our parks staff, for doing that. It was great. It was really well done. So, and that's all I have for this evening. There's a picture there for us. But so with that, I will adjourn this meeting at 10:09 p.m.
Oh, you got a gavel hit
Yeah, a little gavel, little excitement here towards the end.